of the Hill. Hosted by me. I think they've done some before. And our first match will be Tuna versus Hoo-Ha. So a test of my commentary skills, my sanity, and my ability to convey an entirely new game to people who are not necessarily predisposed to enjoying it. But apparently we're jumping right into game number 1. $20 on the line for every win. If you win, you get to move on. If you lose, you're a loser. That's a science fact. We will have more of them as time goes on. But the game has begun. Zerospace. Much like StarCraft, you start with your main base. You've got mining from your main bases. And some of the similarities end pretty quickly there. But let's introduce already with a harvester, our Legion player, it's Hoo-Ha. And of course, for the Protectorate, on the other side, we have... Wait, is it Protectorate? It is Protectorate. It's Tuna. Tuna versus Hoo-Ha. Already things going out. Starting out with some of our higher... Well, pretty much everyone here today is going to be a higher level player. But it's a pretty self-selecting group at this point in the ladder tournament. But the first control tower already contested. The tech hero, who I will call... You know what? I'm not going to commit to a name yet. We're tech hero until I decide what I want to call him. It's a big decision. And a big decision that Zerospace themselves have not even made. But Galactic throws out the spear, slows the hero, and already the buildings headed out for both sides. So both factions, you do not need workers to build your buildings, but instead, getting chased down. Maybe we should be using team-colored health bars. And so many other things that will look way better in game number 2. Galactic, you've heard of thunder hammers, but how about a thunder axe? That's the question I'm trying to ask you right now, but instead, driven back by the tech hero, both players choosing to put some of their first buildings right off the bat at the near the middle of the map, because they both have utility effects that help buff the heroes and other things that we'll get into. Things happen fast. We're only 2 minutes in, and already so much has happened. As I really need to change the health bars. Team color? Unit color? Does that work? Was that gonna... I'll do that. Alright. So, it wouldn't be one of my live casts without spending most of the first game changing the health bars and other settings, and then not settling on it at all. Let's see if that works. So here we are. Now that we have a moment to breathe, not too many, as these fireballs keep flying. No, we don't have any more moments. We'll talk about it between the games. Just ask your questions in the chat after you like and subscribe. Galactic with his loyal thralls from the Legion. They've got their little guns. Think of them as like the Marines from Halo. Okay? And then think of the Protectorate Commandos as the Spartans from Halo. And then the heroes are like the ones that have plot armor. And that is the comparison here. And honestly, it's kind of a similar look. But they're not very tanky. They don't do a lot of damage, but you can build a lot of them. They're like Zerglings with guns, which seems like a good invention in my opinion. How many harvesters? 3 on the field for Hoo-Ha. But that's a little misleading because the Legion harvests from Flux at a reduced rate. They can have a lot more harvesters, but all they have are just a bunch of dudes with Oh wait, you can rotate and Ooh, okay, okay. Now, well, how do I go back? Take me back. Take me home. Oh, I don't know how to go back to the north. We're gonna just try to approximate it. Anyways, close enough. Let's Protectorate, not the Protectorate? What about if there's another Protectorate? Like... Bulky Spiderling, still. Tech Hero, out of the way. Really need a name. Tech Hero is not gonna cut it here. Meanwhile, first Mercenaries, the Dread Flamer. Gonna try to turn some fire against the Legion. And Protectorate. Well, using the shield from Tectonica here. We're gonna just keep trying different names. If you hear a name you don't understand, either you're watching this game for the first time or I'm making it up, so that's really not gonna help. Meanwhile, though, throws out the spear, slows it down, draining the shield so quickly, uses the reanimate across the board, buffing the attack speed of everything, and if it dies, it'll come back. I'll just be sad about it. Essentially turns them into zombies. You can see some of them in the purple there. And there goes our hero. I would say watch him as he goes, but he kind of got exploded by the sheer weight of Legion units here. The reanimate gives them a new lease on life, one way or another. It drains a lot of the energy, though. The power, actually. The faction power. You can see in the bottom corner there. I want to visualize that better, but use that on abilities like such. We'll look at the abilities between the game, but Galavax doesn't heal quickly. I think heals over time out of combat, and there's some other abilities. But we got some mercenaries. Dread snipers. You can tell by the way they are. Isn't that neat? They got the big guns. Reanimate. Coming forward, breaking through the missile depots, the turret platforms, commandos with shields from that top bar ability, and Brutus is back. No, it's definitely not a Brutus. That's totally not the right name. I rescind that. Tech Hero is back, and now some of those Tier 2 Protectorate units are on the way out. 2 operating towers mining so far for Tuna. And Hoo-Ha, on the other hand, is also working off, too. So a similar amount of Hexite income, those minerals. But the Flux, a juggernaut, is on the field. But Steve is not. That's who it is. The tech hero is now Steve. Until further notice. Things slowing down a bit. Supplies 51 to 42. Can be a little misleading. Workers, harvesters, to my understanding, do not cost supply. And mining is done automatically. Operating towers are built and then build extractors on the Hexite patches over time. So taking a base doesn't necessarily mean you're getting any income for quite a while yet. Killing off those extractors is a lot easier than taking out the base itself, but it'll automatically rebuild them over time. I think we can do dialogue volume up now that I'm not clicking everything all the time. The harvester's headed for the rich flux. Mine's twice as fast. I believe like 2 a second, something like that. But meanwhile, the real action in the center of the map. Fireballs reanimates the entire army, but it is just thralls mostly. I don't know if you can reanimate. It looks like the mercenaries were not caught by it. But the Dread Snipers mixed in. Way higher DPS, way higher effectiveness than the Thralls. And much more expensive. You're limited on those mercenary charges. The talents, destroying buildings and harvesters, provide Hexite. And also the reanimate bonuses being buffed for the Legion. Certainly going to help with some of the DPS. But the shield on the Flamer at the start. Juggernaut sniped off Hellfire, raining down. But the Thralls are coming back around that Flamer. Burn 80 across the countryside will eventually be taken out, but at what cost? Hellfire. Tech hero. Steve! Not Steve.
From the sky.
No. The Protectorate buildings coming together. Getting some upgrades on the research lab. Each level of tech has a different kind of upgrade facility for each faction. Protectorate has, I guess, the most obvious ones. I'm not sure. Is there a way... We have buttons for this. I just don't know what they are. Which is another thing we're going to need to figure out. But the Hellfires. Those long-range missile tanks. I don't believe he's research siege mode. Which is exactly... Well, siege mode gives it more range, but it can't move. Does not have a different functionality, just the same attack, but from longer range. But vision is very important. High ground vision is pretty difficult to get. Air units are very fragile, kind of few and far between. So having units with vision, though both factions have a scouting drone they can build from their main base, But it's very important to note how little vision these players have. This ramp on each side is clearly the sticking point. The supplies in favor of hoo-ha. With 14 harvesters, which is almost near the max of Legion's 15. Whereas only 4 of them for tuna. I believe Protectorate is maxed out at 9 of them. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. But I gotta say it with confidence. Wait, no, I shouldn't be. I don't know more than 99% of people in this game. Maybe 98. 5 is the limit on Protectorate? I was way off. Okay, so 4 is actually pretty close to 5. I mean, yeah. ChatGPT fills me in. Or that's how I'm supposed to do it now, right? Terrifying.
Huge. I'll crush
Terror tanks on the way. The Tier 3 ground unit. The terror tank itself, the platform. But you slap 4 turrets into it, potentially, for 100 flux apiece. So not cheap. In order to buff it up in certain ways. It looks like he went for the maxed out Pulse Forge Accelerator, which makes the big gun into an even more huger gun. But the Juggernaut, with the Heat Aura ability, lighting things up nearby. An AoE burn that does not do friendly fire, somewhat puns intended, but Steve on the run with the nuke! Oh no! The nuclear bullet out of Krager. And the multiple heroes of the Legion. Just grinding right through the Protectorate terror tank, blasting apart everything in the front. Just commandos standing against him. And honestly, the commandos are doing a pretty good job. Oh no. Dark Disciples. With a scaling change lightning attack that gets more and more damage as you attack more and more often. Actually pretty tanky as well for what they are. Very expensive, but they're kind of your late game siege unit. I mean, besides the terror tank. Strider is a walking transport / bunker. The terror tanks, though, just blasting. And the heroes opening things up. Another nuclear bullet. GGWP and hoo-ha will attain the crown. Your king. Hoo-ha. Now we've got all our fancy damage. The #1 unit, the Dreads, well, the #1 unit by damage, the Dread Sniper from Legion. I think we can just go over here with it. I think that... Unfortunately, the score screen is tied to the host of the game, and we need to get into the next one, so that means we have to leave it. Maybe I should screenshot it or something. The score screen is very detailed and somewhat unpolished at the moment. But now, there's your taste. But welcome to the Zerospace King of the Hill tournament, which is anyone who signed up has a chance to become the king and win $20 per win. So Zerospace is currently a free demo on Steam. You can play in a wide array of the game modes. Most importantly, wishlist for a wider release later on. This is not sponsored. I just like good games from the fans. And also for the fans. You know, both. I personally like the Galactic War mode, which we'll be playing some afterwards. But we're going to have a roster of players. So here's the rules. Every time you win as the king, you must switch your faction or your mercenary faction. So, Zerospace has 3 main factions. Protectorate, Grell, and the Legion. Protectorate, very Terran-esque, at least on the surface. Grell, much more Zerg-like. And Legion is... I think the best comparison is more like your Warcraft 3 style, where you have some strong heroes, strong units, and... But also filling in a lot... It kind of falls apart when you get to the Thralls. All the units that are kind of just thrown into the fray just to be meat shields. So, but you don't have to switch your main faction. The rules are you only have to switch your mercenary faction. The mercenaries give you different talents, potentially a different hero as well. I have a certain set of units ranging from lower to high tier with all sorts of different functionalities. Have to go through each one individually. Like last game, the Hoo-Ha was using the Dread Raiders. Is that the name? Dread Raiders, yes. I was just thinking Dread Snipers. Those were the one on the field. Which also have the talent Pillage. For destroying harvesters and buildings provides Hexite, which is your blue mineral resource. So Hexite, I think you can approximate as minerals. It's minerals. It's mined by getting your operating towers and getting your extractors. And it's not manually done. Either you take the base or you don't. But Flux, on the other hand, is significantly different than some of the other resources in similar RTS games. There are flux deposits scattered throughout the map in different spaces. You can't really see them over here, but they're the little pink purpley things out there. And that's your tech resource. And then, starting about a couple minutes in the game, rich flux drops down because of the intense battle in orbit, and somebody had dropped all their flux out on the road. Doesn't really matter. Rich flux drops down near the center of the map, and that mine's twice as fast and is much more limited, like a few hundred or a few thousand in total. So you can mine it very quickly. It's a huge advantage to get it before your opponent because flux is a very limiting resource. But it's usually in a hotly contested position. So now, talents, on the other hand, controlling the towers in the center, you get a passive amount of XP in order to get the talents. So you level up over time. I'm not actually sure if each level is more XP or like it scales up or if it's the same amount, it's just linear. But the factions and the levels over time allow you a selection of talents that can affect it. So your hero doesn't level up. It levels up with your faction. Gets more stats, stuff like that. You don't have items. The heroes are more like a mothership core in StarCraft 2. Which, well, that's the best example, but also an interesting example. But heroes only level up with your faction. The real bonus of leveling up, though, is the talents. With things like gaining additional XP for more talents later, research, speed, and cost, bonuses to your abilities, stuff like that. All right. It looks like we have photon cannons and joy. We'll be challenging the king. Hoo-ha. Thank you to Soap, by the way, for being the admin, setting it all up. Literally could not do it without him, as I wouldn't even know how to set it up at this point. So, but thank you to Zerospace for sponsoring and adminning. And now that we know everything there is to know, let's introduce the grow. The first nourishing pod supply structure online. Harvester first, aiming for that flux, and Vinthra is the choice of hero. Photon cannons, enjoy. I'm assuming enjoy. You could have just put it as like all one word. This is the internet. People would have figured it out, I think. But on the other side, once again is Legion, though I believe picking a different mercenary faction. Kind of wish you could see it on the observer interface, but we'll get there. This time investing in Krager, who more like a hunter hero. The Legion can pick from 3 heroes to start. They're unaffected by the mercenary faction. Heroes a much larger component of Legion than they are for Guerrilla Protectorate, just overall. Vinthra, on the other hand, she's got some entangling root style ability. There you go. Or spider webs. It says roots, but it definitely looks like spider webs. I'm just saying. I'm not even sure it says it. Might be vines. Either way, that was definitely spider webs. The point stands. It slows and damages, just not too quickly. She also has a deep tunnel sort of ability where you can quickly burrow back to your grass. And the Grell grass, pictured here, you can tell by the way it is. Oh my. The original soundtrack's sick and overpowering right now. Both sides. There are 4 XP towers on this map, which means both sides can pretty reliably get 2 instead of contesting over the center, like oftentimes will be the case. And right off the bat, the Chakru Warriors. Interesting choice to go for... Was that a fake? There's no way that was a fake. Is that a misclick? Trying to infuse, potentially? So the Grell ability to infuse is a big part of it. But the Chakru mercenaries chasing down Kreger. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a misclick of the infuse ability on the top bar. So Grell can infuse their units, making them more bigly and doing, I want to say, like 50% more damage and more HP. And that's what they use a lot of their faction power on. Much like the Legion with their reanimate. So it just makes them better in every way, though it is mostly just a stat increase, I believe.
Take a second to aim.
Definitely feel the map being significantly larger with more towers. Without a clear contested tower in the center, there's a bit of a whack-a-mole situation. Both sides? Well, actually, photon cannons with 3 harvesters. You can see the flux advantage. You're plus 360 right now on the flux income compared to hoo-ha. So quite an advantage, though maybe not enough time to make full use of it yet. Out goes the root. Some exalted. Those early skirmishing units being added in for the first time, we see. Lashers from the Grell. Just a middle-of-the-pack ranged DPS unit for the most part. I haven't seen too much of the Exalted in multiplayer. A lot of the time there's a rushed attack, but going straight for the Harvesters might be notifying him that he should attempt some of those of his own. But only 4 Harvesters for hoo-ha, which seems kind of low compared to the 3 Harvesters of the Grell, who definitely have less in total. 9, I think, is the total. 5 for Protectorate, 9 for Grell, and 15 for Legion is the cap. I might suggest a / whatever the cap is for each faction as a part of the UI. Exalted moving. Valkaru Shock Troopers. Alright, so that's the choice. We have Bio-Nourishment talent for healing and life regen for the Grell, and then using the Chakru talent of those units will revive once every 90 seconds. So you're gonna have to kill them twice. Though the Legion can make that more likely with the reanimate ability. Well, there we go. Reanimate some of the front line. The cultists moving through. Infused Lasher, take it out, but the Ghost Crabs! Explosive Crabs! With a stealth ability. Definitely helping out, but is it enough to turn the tides? Another Exalted coming in, Kreger. Looking for the shots. It's almost entirely mercenaries brawling it out now. Definitely the strongest units on either side, but that's why they're limited so much. More cultists coming up. And with the help of the Ghost Crabs, I think Photon Cannons is able to blast his way through. Quite a successful fight. Only 33 supply. So again, that can definitely be a bit misleading. Just spamming out the Exalted. And very importantly, mining so much, well, just ran out of the Rich Flux. The Grell also, the Harvester has the unique trait of being able to, whenever it's mining, it spawns grass, Grell grass around it, as well as being able to place a cultivator, which is like a grass spreader, a grass tumor, maybe, you might even say, which helps spread out that grass. And on grass, the Grell regenerate more quickly. Harvesters move more quickly. I don't know if all units move more quickly or if it's just specific to the economic ones, but... Some more infuses. 3 out of 4 towers right now. So, photon cannons with a significant map control advantage. But that doesn't necessarily translate into enough to beat the stronger Legion army in every case. But very consistently mining, now mining Rich Flux on the other side, just targeting the garrison. The base itself, so can possibly just worm his way out. Whatever the big plant is. Picking the fight, trying to chase it down, reanimate, jumps forward, takes down the Prager pet, Sabertooth, which is just kind of mean. Vinthra fighting retreat, but taking out one of the bases. Has to be restarted from the very beginning. Clearly not great here, but sniping the hero and the fireball, and somehow gets away. Wow. Okay. Not even close. What a save. What a save! Still holding on to just one tower, actually. But taking out the base, the income lead now enjoyed by the photon cannon enjoyer is pretty dramatic. And it is a flat amount, as each of those extractors is a finite amount. So, I guess on the bright side, because the Grell went straight for the base, means that 3 out of 4 extractors are already online, which I think that means their income will start up again the moment the base finishes. He doesn't have to rebuild them. Well, Chakru Clackjaws. The crab champions, if you would. Actually, I think there's an even larger one later on, but... the crab-based army. With some lashers, well, a lot of lashers until big snipes. Galavax throws out a fireball. Not gonna connect with anything. Wards it away for now. Here comes Sabertooth, buffed up in some fashion. I assume that's one of the upgrades, but... targeting the garrison tower, going for the base again, looking for the quick getaway with the big plant escape. And just as all the abilities come in, the Grell get out. Quite a long cooldown, but well timed. And the fact you can place it before, take out the base and get out, well, quite frustrating, but definitely something you could anticipate. Just not in position to deal with the army. There's almost no vision for who... wow. The map is dark and full of Grell. Just some vision from the control tower, and otherwise... almost empty. Towbot added in. Can yank units towards the army. Abduct sort of ability. Terror tank. At this stage of the game, going to have to rely on it. Doesn't have very much flux either. Only 7 harvesters. Photon cannons at 6. It was a slow start, but ramped up quickly, and neither side with really that much economy. Rebuilding. Harvesters automatically rebuild in your main base for no cost, though they get a bit of a bonus for killing them. But of course, when they're rebuilding, they're not mining very quickly. And by that I mean not at all, to be clear. Main army. Well, for both sides, moving around. But 4 towers now taken. 4 out of 4. 12% speed and attack and move speed to all units. Infusion providing extra buffs. The talent's coming online. Doesn't quite have the ultimate talent at level 5 yet, but getting there very quickly. The terror tank will be cause for pause. The lashers, though. Nothing contesting them. The garrison tower being targeted. Actually, kind of an odd situation there. The main army is headed back around. Are we going into a base? I don't actually know what the win condition is. I think it's losing all of your main bases is the win condition. Which, well, there goes the main. There, oh, and that, well, yes, that, and then I looked around and there was nothing left. And the king has been dethroned. That question was answered very quickly. The Lashers and the Exalted, those core units, definitely coming through for each side. Win condition, all main bases. Yep. Maybe I feel like there should be like a 30-second timer or something. Like if you have the money, you should be able to rebuild. And then it's like being revealed. It is a bit... Then again, it is pretty dramatic to have the main bases be everything. Pretty swishy. So we have a new king. Photon Cannon Enjoyer claims their first victory. $20 as well. GG. You can't rebuild unless grow. Oh, yeah. So for Legion and Protectorate, their buildings come from drones that are sent from the main base. There is a travel time. It's pretty quick, but so that means if you lose all your bases, you can no longer rebuild any buildings, which makes it very difficult to have any buildings. Now, these stats on this screen are not necessarily perfectly accurate, but gets a better look at the units. The Lasher is the bread and buttered biscuit. That disgusting little bug, that beautiful little bug, is the midline of pretty much all the Growl armies. Has solid range DPS. It hits up, it hits down. It's pretty cheap. Can get some upgrades for range or movement speed. So. Now, Photon picked Grell alongside the Chakru. So, that means he's got to switch it up. This time, going to switch to the Arandi Mercenaries. And we saw how important... Part of the reason we got the rule to switch faction every time is, one, we don't want to get in that StarCraft mindset of you're only playing one faction the whole time. All right? A lot of the strategy here is planning out how you're going to use the mercenaries. And we saw the actual first units besides the hero that Photon Cannons built were the mercenaries, as they're incredibly powerful. They're kind of like tier 2 units when everybody else is on tier 1. You do have to get the mercenary compound, which has various other names and functionality. But this time it's going to be the Arandi, who are advanced civilizations that command yada, yada, yada. They got fancy shade sort of units that are like Dark Templar. They got Horn Mechs, which do a big energy ball that is like a yo-yo. They got Null Seers, which can't see anything until they mind control enemy units, in which case they can see whatever the enemy units are doing. And then you got the Time Warper, which does a big slow zone area, which is pretty great for controlling, zone control. So, and then it's going to be the Legion and Dread Raiders. Not the first time we've seen this combination. Seems to be a popular one. But Yoru with Legion and Dread Raiders as the choice. Can't do the same Merc faction if you win? No, you must switch. Don't want the same strategy over and over just because you worked it out how to win 20 games in a row on the ladder. That's not why we're here. It's a strategy game. Not like StarCraft, which is a how many times did I do my build order in my sleep game. I know, because I can talk for 5 minutes and then realize I'm 5 minutes into my build order. Oh, using the hero from the Arandi, Eolin. She has big purple ball and big red ball. Big red ball does a lot of damage. Purple ball less. Oh wait, no, I thought it was red. I think the icon is red, but the animation is just purple. yo-yos around. The Inquisitress, on the other hand, has a dual-bladed saber sword thing. And that. A long-range charge ability that's effectively a teleport, as well as a short-range stun / AoE cleave. Do wish we could see the abilities, but remember, the fact we have observing and replays it all already puts it ahead of some fully released RTS. Looking at you, Tempest Rising.
In pursuit of harmony.
You all in with the range. Instead, Inquisitress just hunting down the Harvesters, trying to take a much more easily chased objective. And that Grell Harvester going to be forced all the way back into the main. So there is technically a flux deposit in the main. You can put 2 Harvesters on each of those large deposits. But I think both players trying to get out there. The mothership is completed. Can move around the map. Also has some powers it can use. But most importantly, the Arandi Shades. They do a lot of damage and the Inquisitress is on the run. She doesn't have much energy. Eats up to the high ground. I choose to believe she spins her blades fast enough. It just creates a vortex that drags her forward and effectively allows her to fly. All right, that's the lore. Rich Flux lands. Two Harvesters already. Photon cannons. Ooh. Using the reanimate on the thralls right off the bat. I do like the yellow on the Legion here. Very cool. Meanwhile, though, the Shades been infused by the Grell. I think honestly, I think they can 1v1 the Inquisitress. That's how good the infusion and those mercenaries are. When heroes die, they respawn after a certain amount of time. I don't know if you get a resource bonus for killing them, but obviously them not having heroes is quite a bonus. The Shades, though, meeting up against the Thralls. No easy way to heal them, just trying to get out for now. Yolan has a teleport. The Shade! 4 HP. Able to scamper away for now. Being chased down by the Thralls. Reanimate to try to... it's so close! And... trying to make it all the way back home. If they can get all the way home, they can get close enough to the nourishing pods and healed up. And these are not a small investment early on. They're a significant chunk of your early money, each of those mercenaries. So definitely worth trying to keep alive if all it takes is a bit of cardio. Now some lashers. Everybody gather. Take a sip of the nourishing pod, my pretties. Well, not pretties, but, you know, whatever you are. Not to throw shade. Mothership being targeted down in a precarious position in the midfield, where it can easily provide support, but, well, Inquisitress cut down by the Shades. Slightly off screen, Eolin throws out another big ball of purple, doing a whole bunch of damage, but no more heroes on the field. Sandbags coming up. Interesting choice. One of the horned mechs, but right on top of it, the Dread Sniper's just targeting it, using the plant worm in order to get a single mercenary out, desperate to get any sort of defense, but 57 to 27 supply. All right, we could be seeing GG any second. The Lasher's trying to fight. Don't think there's even a turret on top of this. The horned mech, though. The infused version is deadly. Do not let it touch you. That purple ball is enough to one-shot most of the Thralls. The Steel Swarm, the larger ones on the front line, maybe 2 hits, but it goes once through them and then once back through. So the horned mech is enough. Only gets to... What? The ragdolls are certainly gratuitous, which I'd rather have them be way over the top than understated. But sometimes it's a bit confusing what inspired that action. $60 to 35 supply. Inquisitress tries to get the stun, comes up a little short. Oh, using the sand... These are sandbags from the Legion. One of their top bar abilities. Trying to use them as a wall-off, I believe, to catch them in. With the thralls chasing down the towers, that's going to be 3 out of 3. Getting improved conduits as the first talent. Instant build conduits with max energy. That's the Legion supply structure. God. Just annihilating everything. The sniper's doing a lot of damage, but the damage from the horned mech, just trying to get single shots off. It's so understated, too. Like, it's just this little ball, but it one-shots most of your army. There comes the slow, though. Eola being targeted. I'm sure that's how you pronounce it, all right? It's actually Lin. The IO is silent. All right, man. Harvesters trying to get a sip of those rich flux veins, but instead getting a taste of a whole bunch of bullets and a couple like chain blades or something. Yeah, they got chainsaws for arms. Wonder what that was inspired by. The horned mech is the only thing. The sandbags again trying to catch the army, but instead making it a little more difficult for the Legion to move through. Trying to get real fancy here. Dashes through, gets the slow, but the hero goes down. The Inquisitress. No one may have expected her, but she's here no longer. Reanimate across the board. Trying to get the mech out of there, but it will finally be targeted down, and Kreger has hit the field. A second hero from the Legion. A unique trait. Once they get the, yes, it's called the altar. Because of course it is. Things seemed like they're at least turning around. Branching out, but GG. Bit unceremonious, but kind of looking around and realizing that against 2 heroes, less bases, less economy, less than really any chance to win. Photon cannons taps out, and a new king is crowned. Yoru of the Legion. Well, at least for this game. Once again, they don't have to switch their main faction, but they do at least have to switch their mercenaries. To be clear, you must switch at least one of these things in between games. Doesn't have to be both. You could play Grell with Marins, and then Legion with Marins. You just can't play Grell Marin every game. We saw a lot of the Inquisitors there. Charge and cleave. We have the basic thralls, which are incredibly cheap and have stats that very much reflect that. The Steel Sworn are significantly more expensive, but only cost Hexai. So, pretty spammable unit. Usually you use your Flux on upgrades and power units and mercenary units. Also there we saw some of the Arandi shades. So the cost is 83, but you can only buy them in packs of 3. So they actually cost about 250. Making them a bit expensive early on, but only Hexite. So effectively the Dark Templar sort of unit for the faction. What? I got invited to the game, and the game has already started. Our first mirror matchup. Except, even though they're both playing Legion, the mercenary factions are what differ. So I'm not sure which one it is, because it just jumped right into the game. I'm not complaining. Here we are. We don't wait for anyone. The fact we're able to get started so quickly, I'm a little impressed. Though, Soap, tell me what factions they're playing. They started fast. There we are. Each control tower has some spiderlings nearby to keep it from being taken by just sitting there. And each of them give you 5 hexite when you kill them. But they also do a little bit of damage. Just the way the game keeps you from being able to walk up and control the tower outright. We'll see soon enough. 2 bestiaries on the way to start things off for Orzum, who I think is in the wrong game right now, considering that's one of the Immortal Gates of Fire heroes, but I think there's a lot of carryover. Where's my music? I do actually like the music of the game. I mean, it's not a give me this soundtrack on vinyl right now, but it's definitely not bad. Inquisitress coming forward. Inquisitress versus Krager. But Krager has very little auto attack damage, especially compared to Inquisitress. But of course, having a gun means you usually have more range. Also interesting, splitting the Sabertooth away from the hero. Krager has his Sabertooth pet. And using that to do another camp. Or another control tower. So, the multitasking already. As well as getting a scouting drone out there. Exalted. Looking to sneak up. Actually going to target some of the extractors. Trying to take advantage of the fact that Yoru attempted to expand early. The hubris! That first extractor is taken out, thus negating any of the advantage of expanding that early. If you don't have the extractors, having the base gives you no income. So, that does mean one base aggression can sometimes be the way to go. It takes quite a while for the base to pay off, and that's without losing any extractors to some mounted... Wait, what's on there? Are those just a bunch of dudes? I don't know. Little Tusken Raider look at things. Yeah, it looks like it. They just throw their space javelins at whatever's out in front. Bit awkward without the music, for sure. Even more awkward when I point it out. But Harvester... Wow. The Rich Flux is actually at the very corner of the map. And the whole Harvester team... working their way through. Nothing sent to the other side, but the extractors are coming online. The Hexite income for Yoru starting to significantly outstrip Orzum. The Exalted cutting off the reinforcements. Reanimate on one. Another group buffs it up. Inquisitress catches one. Not nearly enough. Fires a shot through the center. Krager, though, significantly slower. Uses the speed. Don't know where... I think Sabertooth is just sitting in the control tower of the corner right now. So doesn't have the pet nearby, but Inquisitress comes through. Another slow. Catches more, but targeted down. Hero. Now respawning, but a whole bunch of thralls working forward. Pound for pound, I think, more effective than the Exalted. But the Exalted obviously faster, more maneuverable. So far, though, the thralls continuing forward. Uses a conduit. Has the instant build, so they can get some of the energy. I think goes into buffing up their attack. The thralls thinning out very quickly. Reanimate. Some Valkaru Hound. And the conduit will be taken down immediately. Sabertooth. Orzum throughout all this. I can't tell if he used Select All Army. No. It's just microing to be able to take another one of those control towers. But it's still one base for Orzum. Yoru has maintained 2 bases, been stalled out somewhat, but still has a significant economic lead. Also has, well, what's the Harvester count? 6-3. Yoru barely investing him, just mass thrall. These tier 1 units getting murdered by the dozen. But it's not about how many thralls you lose. It's about how many you have to replace them for the Emperor. Sabertooth just standing by. Still. No additional base. The bases don't mine out for quite a while. There's still 600 out of 1,000 hexite in that base, so looks like another 6 or 7 minutes, considering they've all been mining since the beginning. You know, really leaning on that second base. Harvesters. finding some more rich flux out on the field. Second talent is a bit of a split. Free Harvester for Orzu, whereas using the Merc talent is Yoru. 100% faster Merc charge cooldown, because they are limited by one Merc charge every couple minutes or so. But oh, the Shock Troopers gonna add a lot of damage onto the front line that the Thralls weren't able to bring to the table. A Terror Tank is online, though. The Conduit out in front, adding some more energy, but the Tobot could potentially turn it around. Yanks in the Exalted. And not ones to be worshipped anymore. Tobot doing a great job. Down goes the hero, and the Terror Tank is terrified. Being chased down, but with 2 Pulse Forge turret buffs. Ooh, has a lot of range. Those 2 turrets are just buffing up the main gun for more range, and I believe more attack speed. But generally very effective against smaller amounts of units. It's going to take a dramatic force out of Yoru to overwhelm this. Do not know if the Tobot can yank in the entire Terror Tank, but I think we'll find out soon enough. Shield generators online. The Hound's getting caught up by one of the conduits here. Shock Trooper's still working on it. Shield generator. It's a small shield with several charges to help kind of mitigate the damage. Each of those turrets is 100 flux apiece and gets taken out pretty easily by splash damage. The Shock Trooper is going to provide a lot of that. So Yoru, driven back by the Terror Tank. But I think it's a temporary situation. Krager's back online, but an Inquisitress... Well, the Inquisitress has been part of this the whole time. Inquisitress comes in, the slow does affect the Terror Tank. A whole ass tank slowed by those fancy blades. Krager goes the wrong way. Already regretting that decision. Tobot, reanimate. Terror Tank on the wrong side of things here. Inquisitress chasing down the hero. Tank has 26 kills and counting, but Krager assassinated by the Inquisitress. And meanwhile, the Terror Tank is running out of real estate. There's almost nowhere to go. Not sure what that slow... Was that from the Exalted, maybe? Terror Tank going around the north side, but the production is under fire. There's no other expansions, and we may have our first king who survives more than a single game. Another slow. The Terror Tank. The turrets being taken out. The Legion. The good Legion. Obviously not the bad Legion. All right. They, of course, have the right Legion. The Terror Tank will be hunted down by dozens of Thralls. 32 kills, but not nearly enough. Shocked. Another Terror Tank, so we're not done yet. Still know it. Well, by this point, it'd be way too difficult for the expansion to pay off. Reanimation bonuses are the talent for both sides. The Death Pact, indeed. The only one of them may follow through. Inquisitress. I don't think she has enough energy for the Cleave. Krager trying to light up a shot. But now both of them have Kragers. They're both Kragging right now. Inquisitress blasted apart by the Terror Tank, but the sheer amount of units targeting down the Tobot. Sabretooth getting involved, feeling a bit left out of this whole situation. I can't say I blame him. Tobot still intact. Does pretty decent damage on its own. That might be a lie. I'm not actually sure how the damage on the Tobot works. It's mostly the ability. But to which I say, which Tobot? The Terror Tank turning it around 87 to 32 supply. And the numbers don't lie. They spell disaster for Orzum, but one Terror Tank is a lot to contend with. As we see continually firing off shots on both sides. That piercing shot from Krager. Both Kragers. Throws out. Ooh, Galavax is here as well. All the heroes online for Yoru, who now has a third base as well. The final Terror Tank. Is the main base mined out yet? Not quite. Another tank! So, even when it's mined out, I believe it still mines, just very slowly. Like depleted geysers and Brood War, so. The tanks. 2 tanks. One of them badly bruised. All 3 heroes online for Yoru now. Gonna be going through the bestiaries, which I didn't even realize they have an animation showing it on it. Tank's trying to rip into it, but it's not gonna be enough. Who's their ally? I win! I think that's a quirk of me joining the game after it already started. I am your king. Like and subscribe. And out of nowhere, it was me the whole time. The thralls, the lowly thralls, doing the most damage by a huge margin. Just spamming the thralls, leveraging that economy. So, yeah. Well played. Yoru becomes our first multi-king, maintaining his throne, or her throne, or its throne. That's 2 in a row. Just making sure I see what options I have for some of the observing hotkeys. Almost all the hotkeys are customizable. The process for doing so, not the easiest thing, I will say. But it does work. Alright. I'll try to get in. So that was... I don't even know what mercenaries Orzen was using. I don't think he built any. I don't even think he built a merc compound. So, does that even... But now, we've seen Legion with... Wait, did either of them use... Yes, Valkyrie. The Valkyrie were a key part of that entire fight. Yoru has used Arandi and Valkyrie to great effect. The Valkyrie with the Tobot, which has the abduct sort of ability, as well as one of the top bar powers, the Valkyrie Beast, which I don't think we got to see any because most of the top bar was being used on the reanimate across the board. Wait to get your involved. We'll see. Now that we have JXP, who I think has a decent amount of experience, and our first Protectorate player in a little while, going with Protectorate, and, well, here are the rules. The king must pick first, and then the other player, the challenger, can pick their faction and their mercenary. They just can't pick the exact same thing. So, the idea here is you have to show your strategical dominance with more than just one strategy. And I really want to highlight how the mercenaries changed the whole game. Even if you're seeing Legion versus Legion, the fact that Yoru had the Valkyrie mercenaries there clearly made the difference. I think that Tobot right off the bat, and then the shock troopers added in, turned the tide from thralls kind of getting murdered by the dozen to thralls getting murdered by the dozen, but it's a good thing. It's kind of what it felt like. Now, the Protectorate has probably your most standard setup of buildings and units and kind of progression. You start out with a barracks, then you get a factory, and then you get a super factory, or an advanced factory, I guess, if you're born. I've decided. The tech hero will now be Marv. All right? Named after the lead of the game, Marvin. Wait, is it Marvin or just Marv? I don't actually know. The tech hero of Zerospace. Honestly, not a bad name for a tech hero as well, I think. Oh, wait, jump to us. Okay. I'm part of the problem.
I'm certain you deserve that.
I did not see the message that said I should jump to OBS. Or OBS, not OBS. That's a different thing. But here we are. Your king. Yoru. Wait. Is he allowed to play Arandi again? Somebody tell him not to. He's got to pick a... Okay, I don't think the rules were explicit. We're going to allow this one because it wasn't super clear. The idea is for the rest of the tournament. Technically, that was not explicitly stated. It was you can't use the same... I think the rules said you can't use the one that you used last game. They should say you can't use the one that you've used already in the tournament. Was he Dread the first time? That might be true. Either way. We're not going to worry about it now. Marv getting chased down. And I really like the like hot pink here. Now this is my new default colors, all right? I want these two colors, especially on green background maps. It looks great. But Marv taking a lot of damage, eats a shield. Inquisitress comes in. And down goes a slowing shot. I wish I remembered for sure. From now on, only get to use combo once per 30. If they win 18 in a row, they can reset.
Flux systems ready.
Yes, if Yoru wins 18 games, he can pick this combo again from here. Because there are 3 factions with 6 mercenaries apiece, so. But the initial exchange ends with Marv actually being able to retake. The tech hero can grab one of the units and potentially shield it as well. So I don't know if that works on enemy units or exactly what the functionality is. I need to use Marv more often, obviously, because all the pro gamers are. I've been using the much more standard, like, I attack and do a lot of damage heroes. But here we go. Mar and hover tanks already, wow, very fast. Chasing things down. Not a lot of damage, but incredibly fast. And Inquisitress is on the run from her own base, trying to expand. A bold move. Yeah, that Marin mothership. More like Marin pontoon boat. But whatever, I'm not here to judge. Actually, kind of am, but... Marv in the main. Inquisitress gets a slap. But is it enough damage? No! Down she goes. The shades thrown out. Reanimate used. Hover tank on the run. But it can only hover so quickly. Actually, I think it is faster than the shades. But Marv in trouble. The Exalted. The damage is being done and easily taken out. They got a need. A need for speed. That reanimate buffing up the already incredibly fast shades. And now the tanks are getting chased across the rest of the map. The shades chasing them to the ends of the earth and now get trapped in a They get trapped against the mothership, which seems a little ironic. That which bore them will be their demise. Or something dramatic like that. As the prophecy foretold. There you go. Meanwhile, Protectorate units can gain veterancy over time. I don't know if it's from damage or kills, but usually one follows the other. Slaps a turret on top of the base. Costs some extra hexite, but gives you a bit more survivability. And Marv is back with a vengeance. And really, right now, it's just Marv against the world. Literally no other units, but more in production. We got 2 of the Warthogs. They're not Warthogs. Predators. Well, it's more like a Puma, to be honest. But your skirmisher buggies that I do not know much about. I've barely seen any of these. All these units that have very high micro potential that I'm not good enough to use reliably, so I've avoided. They look quite cool, though. And seem... Ooh, I really like the turret animation and how the wheels... The game is not even released, alright? You're looking at a pre-alpha version, I guess, technically. But certainly pre-beta. So that's a mixed bag. Well, honestly, one of my favorite parts... This is not sponsored, by the way. They don't have money to give me. They have money to give these players. $20 a win. Let's not be ridiculous here. But
Flux systems ready.
But the only way I get money is if you enjoy the tournament, my casting, and you like and subscribe. But moving on, yeets himself forward, goes for the swap, not good enough, and gets locked in. Inquisitress tries to hunt him down, slides to the other side, slips to the left, not enough. Inquisitress able to take down Marv, but the Predators doing a great job of turning the Legion into the prey. And just on the... They can attack while moving, slips by the Harvester, which has, on a long cooldown, an AoE heal ability. So great heal there, puts the Predators back in good repair, and suddenly they're chasing the Legion across the map. But here comes some more shades, reanimates them, and may very well need it, as the Predators just chasing across. Already rank 2, rank 3 on one of them, which each rank adds some damage, and I believe HP as well. Though, when they die, it definitely removes it. Shades taken down. The mercenaries barely surviving on either side. Chaser mine? What in the hell is this thing? No, I'm sorry. There's fights happening, but... I don't know what I expected. But Jay, with a great usage of the Predators, and right now, Yoru really struggling to find any sort of critical mass. The Inquisitress is back. But this move and attack... The kite ability of the Predators, and Marv is here to tie everything together. Inquisitress goes forward, but lining up a shot, uses the tech shield. A telefrag takes down the hero. You cast the ability, and if it lands, you can correct me if I'm wrong, players who know more than me, which is most of them. If it lands, it drags them in, like a kind of a swap ability. I think it does damage, or she might have just been getting targeted as well. The Citadel. The tier 2, or like the cyber core equivalent sort of building, taken down. And with it, production will be significantly reduced. Attack will be hamstrung. A Guardian Obelisk online, but Yoru taps it out. GG. And J. G. A new king is crowned. Yoru is cast down. And the Protectorate, or Protectorate, it's not the Protectorate, it's the Protectorate University. Well, those Predators looking pretty good. We have a new king. So, let's take a look. They only cost Hexite. I need to be told if these stats are wrong, because not all of them were updated with all the patch notes that have even happened in the last week, so... Yeah, once again, the demo is free for a few more days. I say that because I desperately want some noobs who aren't literally these people who are bullying me on the ladder. I mean, to play co-op with. All hail Jay, the new king. The AoE healing on the Harvester is absolutely insane. Yeah, so each faction has pretty much every part of the game has like a double, has utility. Like each building. So the Protectorate supply structures can upgrade to turrets, have vision, or just more supply. So they're a combination missile turret, sensor tower, and double supply depot. The Grell cultivators can be upgraded to attack, and nourishing pods, which provide supply heal. Harvester or Legion conduits provide energy to units, which is especially important for their heroes. And what we saw there was the Protectorate Harvester, which has a heal ability on a cooldown. The Grell Harvester can put down cultivators. Oops. He will not escape from Legion. Was he trying to escape from Legion? Unclear. Did he want to? I don't know if he wanted to go Legion, but here we are. Why are there spiderlings out here? What happened to these spiderlings? But honest, I'll be playing some later. And if you've been watching, so co-op mode and survival mode. I recommend if you want to get into multiplayer, you play survival because it uses the same settings for units and such as multiplayer. Though it does have reduced income, which I really don't like, and I recommend that gets switched for the next playtest. But Marv versus Galavax, the Thunder God. Or, not the God, that's the Emperor, obviously. Galavax, the Thunder Enthusiast. Marv takes the shot, knocks him out first. Defeat. There's definitely blood in the game, but when heroes die, they don't really bleed. They kind of get dissociated and have to be downloaded into the main base. Survival is rough. It takes an hour a game. Survival, it only takes an hour if you're good. Much shorter if you're not. Also, the AI is pretty good. It's actually overtuned. If you play against beginner, at least on the normal AI mode right now, it is not beginner. Do not expect that to be beginner. It definitely is way better than beginner. So just know that. You're not that terrible. But the first shades, down comes the meteor. Galavax trying to bring down the heavens, but he's gonna be sent to hell at this rate. 1 HP, 0 fucks, Galavax forced back in an attempt at a garrison at the front. Interesting he's expanding there, but I guess that's near where all the tech is. Swaps forward, turns it around, trying to get the shots. The shield is there, and the shades just eviscerating Galavax right back into the abyss. There's no penalty for heroes dying. Not having heroes on the map is a pretty big penalty. Especially early. Taking control towers gives you XP, which gives you talents much quicker, which are significant permanent bonuses. So, and the hero is usually your main damage output early. So not having a hero for 45 seconds is sometimes the difference between being able to take another base and not. As we're going to find right here, as the Marin sharpshooters line up their shots, they're able to siege up, and that little pizza pie there is the pizza pie of death. Now, they do have an auto attack, but that significantly increases their range. I'm not sure about damage. Yeah, heroes are not... They're not Warcraft heroes here. Early on, they're a little bit like it, but they do not have items, and they only scale with the level of your faction. So they get more HP and damage, but not like... They're more like a mothership core than a mothership. It's still very, very unit-focused as time goes on. Essentially, heroes become a support spellcaster past, like, 50 supply, at least in my experience. Legion, though, can have all three heroes with an investment, as opposed to the other factions, which are limited to one. Legion is more focused around those power units. Ooh, Bastions. The copyright-free fire bats that I still think have a very ridiculous look, but unique as well. All right. They definitely skipped leg day. Meanwhile, the Shades getting hunted. One of them with a shield. The Meteor. Those Meteors at Galavax. Bro. Meteor's not exactly the greatest, easy 360 no-scope flick micro. Oh no. The sharpshooters. This Shade kind of lost track, but here comes Marv. Meanwhile, the sharpshooter's getting jumped by the Bastions. The Meteor lands and rips across Protectorate armies. But a Horned Mech is out. Definitely needs another name. I'm not big on Horned Mech. That could go the wrong direction quickly. Just like the Horned Mech ball it throws out and slaps into the faces of everything nearby. Slowly, of course, as you see there. Right up. The mothership, moving forward, has a long-range barrage ability. And I didn't even introduce our new challenger, Astra, from the 3D clan, which I believe is an actual... I'm not sure if it's a pro team. I know it's not an SC2, but at least a pro clan, like a group of players at high level I know from other games. So... Sharpshooters really slicing through this entire area. Oh, the mothership definitely hits air. The meteor incinerating many of the bastions, forcing the army back, and Jay currently in a precarious position. The mech's the only thing holding it down. The sharpshooters lining up shots on those platforms. The mech's helping out a lot, but I believe the sharpshooters outrange them. Reanimate. Marv! And the mechs are in a tough position. The Protectorate buildings. I'm never going to be able to stop saying it. Alright, just get used to it. Oh, Mothership cast the Oath Guard ability. Has some healing AI units here, but not enough to heal through that many bullets. Bullet-type attacks, very effective. They're like laser blasters, but whatever. Another base is attempted. The Mothership is moving up, though. 49 to 45 supply. Without the hero here to try to pick things out. A very difficult position. Just cut off. The base itself, adding the turret on top of it. But the sharpshooters are facing the wrong way at the moment. This might be the opportunity to turn it around. The mothership in the midst of everything. Is there enough power for the artillery barrage? I think it takes like 20, so definitely not. A Null Seer. A bold move. It can mind control units, but that requires a mind with which to control those units. Instead, it gets blown apart. The mothership getting chased down, but tanky enough, might not want to focus on it. Juggernaut drawing a lot of fire from the sharpshooters. An entire firing line. Oh, the Juggernaut with the heat ability. Barely enough. And some of the attacking units for the mothership sharpshooter looking the wrong way. Artillery barrage recalls out. But the mothership itself, it is weird they're both called the mothership. This really should be like the Marin headquarters or something. But I digress. Whatever it is now dead and will have to be rebuilt. Jay turns it around. Yeah, the fact that this is called the Arandi mothership, I can see that. Marin mothership? That little, like, pirate barge looking thing? Eh. But we're still work in progress. I think they'll take suggestions for the names. I will point out if I think the names are, like, stupid in a fun way or stupid in a confusing way. And that is the contribution I will make. So, Tech Hero, obviously, is hopefully a placeholder. I'm calling him Marv, because it's a good name for a tech hero, and also the lead designer of the game, who started it all. So, really the tech hero when you think about it. I think it's fitting. It's a good tech hero name. Galavax getting incinerated. The meteor is temporary, but bastions, if they have enough HP, are forever. And they do have an upgrade for extra armor. I'm not sure if he invested in it. But as for the talents, research speed, reanimate, just improve veterancy. And Jay is able to turn it around despite the amount of pressure put on. That meteor, though. A meaty one indeed. An incredibly spicy meatball. And suddenly, the Protectorate Army. Okay, I'm not saying the Protectorate. I'm saying the Protectorate Army. Like the Zerg Army or the Legion Army. Yes, it's used in both scenarios. But I don't want to hear any more pedantic Protectorate heal. Harvester heals up most of the units. Not enough to fully heal many of them, but certainly helps out. 65 to 37 supply, the income in favor of JXP. He's got 4 mechs bearing down. Sharpshooters have to be rebuilt. Losing those sharpshooters certainly hurt. About the battle. Ooh. Let's take a look at another perspective. The army. Moving around. So the fact that the models render like so in StarCraft 2, they only designed everything from a certain angle, so that's why you can't rotate the camera like that. But here, I definitely don't have hotkeys set up to do this easily, but I can see a lot of utility. Reminds me much more of Bar. The sharpshooters, the meteor, but busted through. Shields on the Juggernaut. Somebody tell me the name of the heat ability. The Juggernaut has an ability that can essentially create a ring of flame around it, though it immobilizes the tank. So pretty, their intent is to get very close and then burn everything. $81 to $74 supply. Tech coming online for both sides. Talent. Advanced shields. My UI is gone. Can I pause the game? Control U is the key. I like how he accidentally did it. It is very cool. You can just... Will they unpause or do I have to do it? Okay. It's interesting I can pause, but I can't chat to him at the... What was that? Oh, a reinforcement of the Juggernaut? You can hide. You can unbind the key. It's not easy to hit. I don't know how he did so. Oh, the artillery barrage is absolutely devastating, but not enough. The Juggernaut's shielded. Everything's so tanky because they're literal tanks. Unlike the Terror tank, which is a horrible comparison. He recalls it out. It barely survives. Protector and army on the high ground. 85 to 60 supply. That Terror tank trying to slap the turrets online. Another Terror tank comes online, but without the turrets. That's like meat with no potatoes. All right. Not as good in most scenarios, assuming you like potatoes. Moving on. Driven back for now, but 105 supply. As well as, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bases. And starting to build extractors. At some point, you get diminishing returns after a certain amount of bases. There is a max that keeps it from snowballing completely out of control, but it certainly doesn't hurt. Jay with 1,700 Hexite and 500 flux a minute. Ooh. Advanced weaponry, 15% damage in range. Using the reinforcement ability as well to call down squads of units for a certain power cost was the investment. And then Harvester and Veterancy gain. On the other side, War experience. Destroying units gives you potential leveling XP. 40% research speed and cost. Reanimate bonuses by 50% with Death Pact. And then Advanced Shields, which is 25% increase in shields across the board, as well as attack speed by 20%. So mostly stack gains, but the reinforcement ability is a big one for Protectorate. Mothership Barrage completely misses the mark, though some units lean into it at the tail end. Where's Galavax? Where's the meteor? Where is it? The Terror tanks will back off. Galavax just wailing on things, but he's getting chased all the way down and targeted. Oh, he stole a Terror tank. The Nullseer mind-controlling the Terror tank, turning it against its brother. And that is a terrifying moment indeed. Swaps the Terror tank in, Marv with a telefrag dunk. And Protectorate forces will not be broken now. 127 to 45 supply. The King will keep his throne. After, I think, our longest game and our closest to that 200 supply cap. Another barrage. And we'll be seeing GG any second. diminishing returns on base scout isn't a thing anymore. Ah, so take more bases if you can. Airstrikes coming through. That's the choice. G. The bastions, as well as the mechs, getting by far the most damage for Protectorate. Juggernaut's tanking it. Well, Bastion's actually tank. Bastion's really the MVP here so far. You see that supply. You can come across the board. How to direct barrage properly? I believe it's press once, and that activates like a targeting thing, and then from there you can kind of swing it around. Then you press again, and it'll go that direction. But I think maybe I'd try it against the AI a couple times to whip it around. Okay, let me look at the Juggernaut. Can discharge to deal area damage. We're gonna call it Ring of Fire. Okay, I like Ring of Fire. I have spoken. All hail King J and his second victory. Now he's used Protectorate as... need to write this down. Soap, are you writing this down? Somebody... Marin Orandi. Oh yeah, the first game he used Marin with those quick tanks in order to snipe off Legion. Then second game with mechs and, well, mostly bastions, all that. Jay needs to not be team 1? Not exactly sure. Well, yeah, we're not super hardcore enforcing the system of second pick, but yeah. So the rules, he has to switch to something he hasn't played before. All right. And then his opponent can counterpick. Team 1 has host ping. I think Soap hosted, though, so I don't know how that works. But we've been rotating the kings pretty regularly, so. Dread Raiders. Space pirates who strike fear. Hit and run tactics and ambushes, heightened vision and speed. They got some, they can steal from the enemies. They have the flamer tank, which seems to be very popular. Auto attack and snipers. And we're on the coastal outpost. We have 4 or 5 maps right now. We're just rotating through. The players are not picking these maps. What is going on with the spike? We're just rotating through maps just to make it less complicated right now. But if you have questions, well, one, you can join the Discord, where I'm sure people will be happy to give you a much more in-depth answer. I mean, you can play the game as well for free for a few days. As well as between the games at the very least. I mean, I'm still figuring it out. Even though I've played a lot of games, there's a lot of different combinations and interactions and stuff that just changes on an almost daily basis, so. What's the win condition? As we already saw, actually, kind of dramatically. Kill all the bases. Just the main bases. If they're all destroyed, you win instantly. It's like losing your commander in bar. So we already had one game end kind of abruptly in a base trade because the base just died and that was it. Like, I think that's something that after playing some more games you start to respect a bit more. But it isn't every building, just the main base buildings. Krager is the first choice for show. Okay. Joe. Show. Joe. Or some combination of that. Jay with Marv out on the field again. Popular choice. Tech hero with a lot of utility between the any hero that has abilities like the personal shield, definitely more of a support, but feels more relevant as time goes on. Early on, the big damage heroes obviously shine, but when you have more of an army than just that, ooh, there's the swap, and an ability like that can definitely always has use in pretty much any stage of the game. Rex and the Temple of Earth is on the way for the mercenaries. Krager on the run. Joe trying to repeat. Oh, Dread Rover's already on the field. Working through the very first conduit. And there's no easy heals back here. I don't think this will supply block, but it certainly doesn't help. Fires a shot. Trying to body block. Getting improved veterancy as well already. One talent for Jay. Moves towards Sabretooth, sniped off. Dodges to the side. Krager unable to land a shot right now. More barracks on the way. I think physically trying to block. So buildings technically block projectiles, but I'm not exactly sure how it works. Like, they will block attacks on units that are behind them. But I don't feel comfortable enough explaining exactly the details unless it's just that simple. And only enemies, because your units have special phase particulate bullets that know exactly the shield modulation dimension portal in order to minimize threats. I don't know if they block ability. Yeah, I don't think they block abilities, but basic attacks. The physical height of enemies that can shoot over. And I believe that's why... part of the reason why he's slapping down things like conduits here, just as an attempt to muck things up a bit.
Where to, boss?
So Jay has expanded already, but Joe manages to survive. Another rack's on the way, Bestiary. Just spamming out Guardian Obelisk. That basic tower, just to prevent any more of these shenanigans from happening. He did maintain one of the towers along the north side this whole time, so not too bad there. Max and passive faction power gain increase is the talent choice from Jay. That one comes from the Dread Pirates, or Raiders. The Dreads. Not seeing any mercenary compound. Wait, am I wrong about that? I am wrong about that. Well, no mercenaries on the field at the moment. Sabretooth dodges forward. Krager tries to line up a shot. Coming up a little empty. Sabretooth again gets taken out first. Very hard to avoid that. Kind of painful. But lining up the thralls. Trying to minimize the damage, but the bastions are going forward. Burninating across the countryside. Oh no, Jay. And with all those kills, upping the veterancy of many of these units. Second talent choice, revive. Chakru units revive once every 90 seconds, so get a chance, a second lease on life for those Chakru mercenaries, of which cultists are the first choice. They have the ability, they do like a little glaive attack, and these are the ones that have a stealth ability, I believe, where they can hide/heal units. That might be another one. But good utility choice. Tower being pressured, but it now has the turret on top. For a small hexite cost, it turns the base into a basic tower. Stealth and heals 250. Yeah. So, very high utility unit. Krager. Oh, trying to take down some of these mercenaries. And the rovers went a little bit too far, a little bit too fast. Sabretooth grabs one and gets it knocked out. But Jay behind this. A third tower is online and already building extractors. So we'll have the economic lead. Still 2 towers to 2. Joe has a pretty massive supply lead. Oof. Sabretooth tries to jump in. Mob jumps out. Protectorate Harvester on one of the rich flux, but a couple of the Legion chipping their way through. Ooh, Look at the size. They didn't tell me your mother was coming. The super crab, the Hattoon. So big that clearly has some hitbox collision issues. Going straight for the lead, the Protectorate base. Bastion's at the back. One of the mammoths is online, trying to target the base. Things getting a little bit more difficult. Juggernaut online, committing everything to taking out the base. He doesn't get it. Oh no, it's a disaster. And now the Bastions are incinerating the entire army. What have you done? I don't think it could have gone any worse. That was... He did not get the base. I don't know if he killed any units. He lost his hero. He lost his mercenaries. Wow. That was an unmitigated, self-inflicted disaster for Joe. And not really necessary. He thought he could get the base. It wasn't quite enough. And he dove a little bit too deep and dug too greedily. The cultists get caught out. Marv comes around the corner. It's just Bastions to protect the mammoths with nothing mounted at the moment. Meanwhile, invisible mammoth trampling, the ring of fire from the Juggernaut. And then the Juggernaut, I believe, beamed out with the top bar ability. Unfortunately, we don't have any indicator of the top bar abilities. We just got to watch for them. Hopefully, at some point, the UI will be a little more clear on that. So, it's burning, but does that mean it loses HP? No, it's just toasty. I'm actually not sure if there's a way to repair it. Legion harvesters can repair things, but... You can build any production building? I think he tried to, but it wasn't quite close enough. We've already got some Cyclops on the way. Still a huge army here from Joe. Bit of a macro player himself. And he's got all 4 towers at the moment. Reanimation with Death Pact. Put a Thrall on top of those mammoths. Depending on what unit you have riding the mammoth, it increases certain aspects of it. The Thralls allow it to move more quickly. And well, Marv throws out a rift, which prevents retreat, but I'm not sure Jay is interested in retreating at all. The mammoth will be hunted down the Juggernauts. Just working their way through. No, the cultists! Oh, this is why you don't join a cult. You join the Protectorate, or Protectorate. You see, it doesn't work. It's real pretentious not to just call yourself Protectorate. Lifesteal now. +1 armor and 40% lifesteal. For Joe. Jay doesn't yet have his 4th talent selected. Or I don't know if he's there yet. Joe overall has had more control of the control towers. This base is going to be targeted. No hope of fighting it. Terror tank online. But the Cyclops... probably the strongest single target option, has a charging beam that really just melts through pretty much everything it's able to lock onto. Quite an expensive unit though, very heavy on the flux.
Where does it go?
The scouting drone is scouting dramatically. Always a bit of a diva about it. Single Cyclops. Unhappy with the situation. Going to be obliterated as the army comes around the north. Meanwhile, Strider gets intercepted. Some of the mercenaries caught out in front. Hattoons! Having a tough time, those high-level mercenaries, but the Terror tank has joined the field. 74 to 138 supply. The Terror tank, the focal point of everything. But the commandos jump forward. The Juggernauts, a mammoth, an invisible mammoth is trampling the army, doing terrible, terrible damage, but not quite enough to kill off the Juggernauts. And just like that, he swaps in the terror tank, blasts it to pieces, and 100 supply ahead. Jay may be looking at our very first three-peat. I think Joe had the right army, he had the right idea, and he had incredibly poor execution. Jay able to adapt well before any of these terrible things happening. He's got the jetpack upgrades, where you get more attack speed after jumping, the commandos. Cyclops burning through. Yeehaw! Hell yeah, brother! Here I go, jumping again.
Weapons ready.
Just like back home in Sigma Epsilon Prime. Oh, the monolith is dropped down. But I think it's too little. It's almost certainly too late. That tier 5 ability. Very helpful if you have an actual army. Unfortunately, that ship has sailed. Jay with the Juggernauts, the Bastions, and the Commandos actually racking up a lot towards the latter half of the game. Mammoths doing the most damage for Legion. But Jay, that's 3. And this time the Dread Raiders are knocked off the list. Didn't really lean on the Dread Raiders too much past the initial pressure, but honestly the rest of the game kind of worked off of that. I don't even know if he had any of the Raiders in the main army by the end of it. There may have been some of the tanks in there mixed in, but the Juggernauts were kind of stealing the show.
I am uncertain you deserve that.
Again, thank you, Zerospace, for helping me put this together. And you can play the demo for free. I mean, wishlisting on Steam is the easiest way to support. And I think a less temporary playtest of sorts, probably. I'm not going to put a timeline on it. I don't know a timeline. All right. But we're getting close, I think. It feels like there needs to be another pass or two on the UI on... well, pretty much every mode needs another, like, buckle down and make it not such a janky fiesta. But the game itself is there, is what it feels like. Obviously, a lot of stuff needs to be polished, but the UI is a disaster piece in, like, a functional way. I'd rather have all the options just kind of thrown out there rather than half the options and just keep piling on. And that's what it feels like. It feels like when you're playing, you can do pretty much whatever. It's just kind of not clear how. And even when you figure it out, it feels a little odd. But that could be changed. Like, if the game's there, that's what's important. All right, Jay. Nope, Jay, you gotta switch. Velcon. Really? He's Protectorate. And now, Valkaru. The mercenaries against Legion with Dread Raiders. Valkaru with those more bulbous energy weapon based. Mostly, well, they have strong units. That's their kind of gimmick. I'm not going to say gimmick, but that's their trait. Is strong, relatively high damage utility. Not a bunch of, like, super sneaky, fragile units, just things you gotta respect. And here we go. I don't know what game it is, but once again, it's Jay's chance to defend his kingdom as king of the hill. For the 4th game, the Protectorate. with the Valkaru mercenaries, and Marv, the tech hero. JXP. Up against our newest challenger, Legion with Dread Raiders, Cat Scratch. Very interesting. Harvester first from both sides. Both players making sure they get the flux as soon as possible. Probably because mercenaries are better than any other unit. And you can't... In order to get mercenaries, you need 50 flux for the mercenary compound. Thank you again to Soap for organizing Game 8. I don't know how many more players we have. But, I mean, we'll keep going. Until people... Are you bored? Well, if you don't like and subscribe, it seems like you're bored. But otherwise... Are you not entertained? And there is $20 on the line for each game. Each win is $20. Jay right now. $60 and counting. Marv. Chasing down the Inquisitress, the first choice. A bold choice. The Inquisitress, I think, the strongest in an auto attack war. But Jay has shown that he is not interested in those auto attack wars. All right. Oh, swaps over. Tech hero, anything but. Mind controlled one of the spiderlings, or whatever the ability is called. Another one of its utility options. And now he releases the hounds. Valkaru hounds. Like some combination of like lizard dogs. Quite tanky. Not super high DPS, but going to be a lot to work through. Meanwhile, Cat Scratch does have a Merc compound and trying another base, but Marv's already here to make that difficult. Inquisitress, 2 towers. Probably going to need to try a recall. Some thralls coming out to deal with it. Shields one of the hounds. Wow, level 3 ability. Inquisitress immediately targeted. Dread Rovers come out to deal with it. Gets a big slow. Targets down Marv. And down goes the hero. Inquisitress being chased down now, slows with the cleave, comes around the corner, slashes through, and so far a strong defense from the Inquisitress with the help of the Rovers. And of course, we can't forget about the Thralls. Beams out one of the Hounds. Effectively a recall ability for individual units that cost power based on, I believe, the supply of the unit. So manages to salvage some of the mercs, but overall, Cat Scratch, well, scratches right back. Going to have access, already has the first talent with 20% of experience. Oh, cost turning into XP. Very helpful for continuing to fight and gain advantages.
Systems ready.
Marv is ready. Center tower contested, but now working around those extractors, quite vulnerable. Jay with a significantly later expand, so already behind economically, and that could be compounded, especially losing one of the barracks. Barracks taking a lot of damage, maybe taken out. Recall should be ready. Gonna try to target another. Committing all the way into the main. Harvester popping out at uncomfortable timing, but now maybe overstaying the welcome. There's the recall. Don't expect some of us in the wreckage, brothers. A very Legion move there. Cat Scratch knocks out some of the production, forces the army back, and maintains. During all this, had 2 of the control towers. So, another talent online. 40% research speed and cost, just reducing both, I believe, is the result of that. Inquisitress cleaves through the front. Bastions with shields. Thralls, not exactly the tankiest units out there. Inquisitress forced to retreat. Rovers trying to help out. Gets... Not sure if that was a swap or a charge, but either way, forced back. A lot of back, forth, and all around here. And coming up that ramp. I like how the shadows are consistent. I mean, that makes sense, but... I'm not utilizing the ability to switch the camera angle as much as I could. Though it is kind of jarring for someone who's used to one camera angle the entire game. Pretty much. I don't know how to reset it, so we're just going to try to eyeball it. Marv dashes away.
You must come back.
Inquisitress. Great beam out just in time to save that bastion. Both players with almost no power in the bank. Using every... It is interesting. I think good design that both players are constantly using their abilities to the extent that they're not like banking up for a big ultimate, but instead are constantly adding to the fight. So, for better or worse.
Give me the green light.
Predator with 2 different flavors of shields online. The supply is near even. Cat Scratch with no third base on the way. Jay, on the other hand, is opting for it. Cat Scratch gets a 3rd talent, Reanimate Hero, allowing him to apply the Reanimate ability to a hero, which by default you can't. So every other unit, yes, but meanwhile, max and passive faction power for JXP. Clearly making great use of it. Cat Scratch has maintained most of the towers throughout, but Jay he's building up that army. Some shock troopers mixed in from the mercenaries. Let's see, back at home. Ah, the Dread Flamers. The highest level mercenary tank. Ready to go. Now this, I think, is what Cat Scratch was waiting for. This is why I delayed that 3rd base. Making sure he could get these tanks out on the field. Something to compete with the more sustainable Protectorate units. And the Flamers light up. Trying to compete with the Bastions here. Tobot online. Inquisitress gets a slow. Dodges off to the side. Flamers continuing forward. They can attack while moving. Inquisitress dodges away. Almost dead, but not quite there. Continually drawing fire. Able to get even more abilities. Marv is hit. Able to dodge away for now, but pushed all the way back to the 3rd. And through the fire and flames, Jay is trying to carry on, but making it very difficult so far. Cat Scratch scratches down the hero. Inquisitress still trying. A lot of damage on the back line from the Velkaru mercenaries. Tobot drags in a flamer. Not enough damage to take it out. Reanimates the Inquisitress. Coming in for another round. Shock troopers missing their shots for now, but recalls all the way back home. And I think that's a overall victory for Cat Scratch. He had similar economy. He had more control towers. And gets out with the hero as well. As well as maintaining most of the mercenary units, if not all. The supply reflects it. And a 4th talent, advanced sensors, 60% vision and 20% move speed is the choice. So just better maneuverability across the board. 4 talents to 2 so far. Bringing ever closer to that level 5 ultimate talent, which for the Legion is either a defensive monolith or just a super monolith that does a lot of damage, or summoning the Emperor, which is a much more dramatic option, but could be a game-winning one outright. Protectorate, on the other hand, has the option for a nuclear mech, which is fun, much like the Emperor, but less practical than the airstrike ability, which is more like on a 1-minute cooldown, you can do some targeted airstrikes when you build the platforms. Predator is added in. $99 to $71 supply. Neither player willing to commit. I think, well, Cat Scratch is trying to wait out that 5th talent. The monolith could potentially win a fight outright. Inquisitress dives in. The cleave slows the front half of the army. The sandbags try to drop down, but definitely way too late on that idea. Expends most of his power in dropping sandbags, which, a bold move, but definitely mistiming. Well, those sandbags will be sticking around for a while, I guess, but easily taken out. I think usually used more defensively, but terror tank is online. Third hero as well. Wait, what is that? Ah! Wait, you could just cast that? Oh, he had vision from the control tower. Brings in the Valkaru War Beast, successfully distracting the army. Jay, trying to, well, fifth talent is online though. The monolith is ready. I don't think he has quite enough energy for it. Inquisitress coming along, dashes through, and it's going to be a beam out / slaughter for the rest of the army. The nuclear bullet. And almost nothing left. The king is dead. Long live the king. Cat Scratch slicing through. Drops the monolith. Swaps the tank in, but I'm not sure that's better or worse. The Juggernauts with the Ring of Fire. But, the nuclear bullets coming through. The monolith helping out. It lasts until it's killed. And GG! A new king is crowned. The Dread Flamer is actually the most damage, followed by the Inquisitress. And then Thralls. Predators and Bastions up there for Protectorate. Why is the score on the right side? Because it blocks less information there. In the mini-maps over there, where everything else is. Unlike in StarCraft, where it's on the left. I also fear change, though. Cats. Not cats. Cats with an S. Different. What went wrong there? I think the Dread Raiders, the Flamers, essentially just way better versions of the Bastions. Flamers incredibly strong, and leaning on them paying off. Despite having a slightly worse economy, those Flamers with the ability to attack while moving and have that AoE damage, certainly helping. Is there a score besides cats? It's the number next to king, like you've been king that many. I'm not too worried about people interpreting that, because if they're trying to figure out how many they've won, that means they've only watched less games than they've played. I learned a long time ago trying to provide information on the screen relies on people learning how to read, which is clearly not ideal. Cat Scratch picks Legion again, switching to Valkaru. And then Durenton with Protectorate and opting for the Dread Raiders. The Raiders. So what mercenaries are unloved?
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Yeah, and the 2 more players left on the list of these top players. Maybe we'll pick the top 2 and see if they want to do a show match. Right now, I think Cat Scratch and Jay are pretty clearly up there. Joe also had a good showing, but kind of dropped the ball in the actual engagements. So it begins. But if you are, you know who you are. But if you're players who play either of these on a regular basis, either of these players on a regular basis, well, you still have a chance to sign up. I think we're aiming for like 15 games. We're at game 10. Not, I don't remember. Oh, Inquisitress Krager. Clearly a superior choice here. Inquisitress trying to slice through, but does he have a shot? The cooldown on that. Oh, well. The Hunter, superior to the kind of brawler hero here. An interesting choice to go for the Inquisitress against the Legion. So you can't know what hero your opponent picked until you see them on the field. That is a key point. So you kind of like, that is, there's also no way to change your hero once you picked it, especially for non-Legion. Legion can technically get all of them eventually, but the early game is the most important by a pretty large margin. So gets the cap at the last second. Inquisitress just a little bit slow. Both sides building up on the high ground. Slices through. Inquisitress tries to dash through. She doesn't have enough energy to really do much more. But not on the chase. Instead, just going forward. Cat Scratch. Gonna work on the conduit. We have B and Mixu. B is top of the ladder and B is close, but so are these. Duranton severely down on supply, but investing in that second base. It's 1 base versus 2 at the moment. Trying to get that second tower up. No mercenary compound. Meanwhile, Valkaru Outpost is online. It's just taking some damage, but it's completed. Inquisitress. Kind of slice it through it. Meanwhile, though, just going for the trade. Straight for the extractors. Probably a smart move considering it's 1 base to 2 at the moment. It's kind of low-hanging fruit here. Extractors taken out. Fires off a shot, softens up the thralls. Inquisitress, not enough energy to get a cleave to slow everything down. The Valkaru Hounds tanking so much. Sabretooth looks very much like a hound, and I kind of got thrown off by that. Krager. Oh, Sabretooth comes in. Hound's just chewing through the thralls. Inquisitress trying to close the distance on Krager. Feels weird that Krager and Galavac sound like names, whereas Inquisitress is like a title.
You're a dog!
That's all I have to say about that. Extractors being rebuilt, but the income temporarily reduced. Dashes through, gets the cleave, but a big shot lines up most of the thralls, and the Inquisitress easily gunned down. Unfortunately, a lot more utility, and now some shock troop. Multi-kill. Gregor lines up like a half-dozen thralls and knocks him out with a piercing bullet. Things getting even more complicated. Duranton has an income advantage for a time, but if he can't turn it around, just targeting the extractors takes down 1. The mothership is finally on the way. A horned mech with those big purple balls of danger. Already firing off one. An existential threat to everything nearby. One shots the thralls and then... Wait, how much damage does each shot do? 60. So it doesn't one-shot thralls, but if it comes back through, it does. Unless it gets a damage bonus. I don't believe so. But 60 damage per each one of those hits, but it yo-yos back. Is usually where the real damage comes through. The shock troopers, though. Big cleave, full energy, just respawn. Who dis? Krager leaning into it, trying to chase down the horned mech. Mercenaries on either side, just ripping into one another. Reanimate on the shock troopers. Krager lining some more up. Cleaves through. Inquisitress just refuses to elaborate further. Has left the building for now. Horned mech continues through. Lines up a shot. Thralls barely avoid it. But Durenton turning it around now. That income advantage reanimated the mech. Dashes around the corner. Lines up a shot. Gets cut down in turn. And suddenly the shock troopers. Heroes on either side. Devastated. Zombie mercenaries. Making all the difference. Fires a shot through the compound. Doesn't quite hit the shock troopers. The shade of the mech is finally taken down. But reanimated units are significantly slower. They're just worse, but they're not dead, which is a big advantage over being dead. As you can see here, taking a lot of extra damage. But meanwhile, mothership ability used. The extra damage from the Arandi mothership. Those units cannot be manually controlled. They just kind of auto-attack for like 20, 30 seconds or something. Or until they're killed. But Cat Scratch struggling. Nullseer flips the shock trooper. Look at me, I'm the Valkaru now. Speaking of, the beast is dropped in the midst of everything, gets one or two slaps off, and is immediately killed. And Cat Scratch really struggling. The mercenary outpost about to be taken down. The Nullseer's out of energy, though. Krager going to have to lift a lot of the weight at the moment. Sabretooth taken down. Inquisitress back for another round. Shock Trooper not enough. Inquisitress out in front, slows it down. And Krager going to be crying his way all the way back to the respawn screen. And Durenton with the economic lead, I think, has finally turned it around. Reanimate not enough. Extractor's targeted, and there's not enough income here. Third base is already online. Very hard to rebuild the momentum in this scenario, especially without a mercenary compound. The beast will be dropped down. The Valkaru, top bar. Does some damage. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Just kind of slaps, almost kills the Inquisitress, but she manages to slow it just in time. These guys feel kind of weak. Thralls are the cheapest unit in the game and are sometimes actively used to die, as they give buffs to other units when they do so. Krager coming through. Inquisitress dies, but the mothership is in place. Leans into the mech shot. Ooh. Oh, just when it looked like things might turn around slightly, the terror tank is online. Shield generators. GG. WP Durenton takes the victory. The Thralls doing 55% of the damage, despite their perceived weakness. The Inquisitress slowing things down, but the economic lead eventually carrying through. Not quite enough. The Inquisitress kind of weak early, but with units in support, the ability to slow things down is clearly helpful. Yeah, it adds up. The beast doesn't attack, seems the windup is super long. I think it's supposed to be more of a sieging thing than a combat. It was desperate. So you get top bar power when you lose units as a sort of comeback mechanism. You also get it from other buffs and passively. But when you lose units, a portion of their cost goes into the top bar. So that way you can use more top bar power if you lose more units. So I think what happened was Cat Scratch had a lot of power, but not very many units, so just kind of was throwing it out there. A new king. with the Orandi. We saw the use of the Null Seer there, which mind controls units temporarily. It's like a neural parasite. Gonna see some Grell. We saw one. Grell. I feel like Grell right now does not fit well into the high action start. Like, they don't have any units that can just get out there early easily. But like they're quite technical. I thought Protectorate was the same way, but we're seeing the way to play Protectorate is just lean on the mercenaries and then fill in the bastions later. So now we see. Still have a couple more players working our way. I think Mixu plays Grill. I'm not 100%. Plays Zerg in StarCraft too, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Means he's a masochist. Now, the Growl with the infusion ability on mercenaries makes them very difficult to deal with. Played more Protectorate in earlier Zerospace versions. I think it should be encouraged to play multiple factions. Right now in StarCraft 2, I pretty much financially can't cast about half of the matches I get sent because they're Protoss versus Protoss. And they get half or less the views. No matter who it could be hero versus max picks. Nobody cares. All right. And the game time is probably half that of any other match. So Zerospace has the unique ability to potentially ignore that whole dynamic. And I think that it should be like in Age of Empires 2, especially. I think Age of Empires 4, but not as relevant because they don't have as many civilizations, where it's never a mirror match. Even if it's the same baseline, like you have different mercenaries. Oh wait, there are only 5 sets of mercenaries. I was doing my math wrong. So 15. But the mercenaries definitely add a very different... It's never... Unless it gets to the point where the meta is just like the first hero in 4 units, then... I'm waiting for the next game to get loaded up. Did we scrub soap away? I think they're all pretty cinematic to watch. I think the point... That'll probably need to be... It's always odd, like, how much do you want worker and base killing to be a factor? Because if you make it too hard to destroy the economy, that trends towards either super all-ins or death balls. And obviously, that's not usually as entertaining. But if it's too weak, and things are too easy to snipe off, well then, you've got a little bit of the StarCraft 2 situation, of most of the early game being dealing with people poking you, like oracles, adepts, reapers, liberators, stuff like that. So I think Zerospace has a good idea. I think the execution could use some tweaking right now, like how mining works. So you build an operating tower, you now have an operating tower. You do not have any income from that base. Then you build an extractor. Well, it automatically builds an extractor after that, like every 30 seconds or so, which is what provides you income. Yeah. So that's automatic. You can't stop that process. Doesn't cost anything, but those are much easier to snipe off. So that is how the income works. And then there's flux, of course. With the harvesters being kind of exposed most of the time, and flux being critical for pretty much everything as the tech resource. Soap. Will be a better choice for how the income is set up? I don't know if a better choice is the right word. I think it makes the decision to expand a dramatic one. So the way it works is you still need... It's a bit of a mix of the down payment system of StarCraft and the streaming economy of like Bar. So what happens when you queue something up is it will wait until you have enough money to build that building, to do it. But you can queue up multiple. Like in StarCraft, if you don't have the money, you cannot build anything, right? Like, if you don't have 400 minerals, you can't build a command center. Here, you can queue it up, and then you can queue up a barracks behind. Stuff like that. This is not really affected by the economy, but it's a difference in how it works. I think the way you could make it a bit more granular, though possibly less user-friendly, is giving, say, the ability to build the extractors before the base for much cheaper. Like, I can build an extractor right now, I can't build a whole base. Or you pay over time, which is way more complicated if you've ever played Bar or Total Annihilation. But that's the complete other, like, complex side of it. The hardest part of playing Bar with the kind of variable economy. But I think maybe, like, being able to build extractors and then the base, that way you build the base last and get the income immediately. Or maybe build multiple extractors first, which adds a lot to the macro portion. But, as you can see, in the first 2 minutes of the game, you're brawling it out over the towers of the heroes. So... yeah. I think... Therefore I am. But also, right now it's a little fast. Like, everything is literally just a little fast, in my opinion. Like, the heroes are very fast, the units are very fast, the economy's very... Like, everything, you can get... The fighting starts at 30 seconds and it keeps going. It's not super punishing if you lose a tower, but it certainly puts you behind right off the bat. It's like doing Reaper versus Reaper. And losing your first Reaper right at the beginning of the game. What do the towers give? The towers give XP, which is used for your talents. So each of these is... So it's not well represented. Each two, you can choose one of two, well, 3 talents, depending on the mercenaries. So, when you get the towers, you get a significant boost to your XP, which allows you to level up and get those talents, which are sometimes a big deal, like 15% damage in range. And also, it makes your heroes proportionally stronger. Like, they get a HP and damage buff. Not a huge one, but each level upgrades your heroes. Enjoying the pace of the game? Yeah, I think it's on to something with how the workers work. But the harvesters are a little clunky at the moment. It's really cool to have the harvesters as like an active part. But right now they're coded to automatically go back and mine flux if you don't individually micro them. Which feels really... It's like if SCVs automatically wanted to go back to minerals at all times, no matter what you told them to do. So, maybe, honestly, I think the way to solve that is just have a toggle. Like, auto mine. Like, it's like an auto cast in SC2, where... You turn it off, and then you can just control them without them, like, running off. Mercs are selected on top of faction. You can have any combination of faction and merc. Yes. And that is the rule. The king must switch at least their mercenary faction each time. But the entire, not gimmick, but the draw of the game that's significantly, by a large margin, different than SC2 is the mercenaries. So those mercenaries, technically, they could both be playing the same mercenary faction. And the mercenaries interact in some ways with units. Like, for example, the Grell can infuse mercenary units, making them more powerful. The Protectorate has a bunch of abilities that interact. So pretty much all your faction abilities work with the mercenaries. And that means playing Grell with Dread Raiders is very different than playing Grell with Arandi. And right now we see B as Grell with Marv, the tech hero, which I guess is tied to the Valkyrie. Or I don't know if the Grell have it by default. Not all the heroes that are intended are in the game yet. So there are some that are just kind of pasted over, but clearly the tech hero, very popular. It actually gets in contest the control tower. The more units you have in the control tower, the faster it caps. But if there are any enemy units, it's contested, and you have to eliminate them. So that is how that process works. Later in the game, it's pretty much instant cap for armies, but early on, it is a whole process. Inquisitress gets into the main base. Incubator's done. Mercenary outpost with the first choice. The Harvester just gets cloven almost in twain. That's actually two Harvesters. Kind of stacked on top of one another. Oh, the slow. And I think just aiming for a recall. Swaps out, comes back in, gets a big slap. Harvester targeted. Big shield out of Marv. Inquisitress is bloodthirsty. But right now, the Harvester not going to be popped for that juicy. I guess it's filled with flux or something. Either way, dashes away. But wait! The little spiderling
Flux systems ready.
barely escapes. The spiderling chased across the map, but the Inquisitress makes it out of combat, gets out just barely, and then may immediately die because definitely overstayed, and the Hounds will completely claw her to death. Well, that was anticlimactic. Never mind. That's an absolute disaster. Meanwhile, well, that was a little sad. The Harvesters murdered. The Hounds chasing him down. One of the Grell Harvesters already on the rich flux for that double income. Meanwhile, some of the Spiderlings being chased by the Dread Raiders. This is one base out of B. One base out of Durenton as well. Both players just spamming the field. 2 Harvesters for B to 9 Harvesters for Durenton, which is over half the max of 15. Grell maxes out at, I'm 85% sure it's 9. Wait! That's a base. Oh, it's a tree, but it's a root colony, technically, but I am blind. And it successfully evaded detection by Durenton as well. The minimap's on the wrong side, okay? You can't blame me for this. You can switch the minimap, but only while playing, not observing. Marv? Speaking of Marv, Tekio, Inquisitress getting up close and personal. There's actually only a couple Lashers here behind it. Inquisitress definitely better on the auto attack front, but it's always good to have friends. Thrall's getting taken down in B. Well, seems to be controlling the field quite comfortably. Mining way more flux, has 2 bases completed, and Durenton with, well, a terror tank is on the way. Rushing to 1 base terror tank, a single flamer, but going to be slowed immediately. The Hounds released on it, pre-splitting to minimize the damage. Tech hero going to be taking the brunt of the fire in the most literal sense. The flamer will escape for now, but more Harvesters will easily be taken out. Harvesters can repair it, and don't talk to me or my son ever again. blasting through. Inquisitress jumps down, and the Lasher's getting lashed in turn. Flamer going to get overrun. Valkyro Beast is dropped down, swaps the Terror Tank. A bold move. Only has a couple turrets, one shield upgraded. Inquisitress slows the Beast. The Flamer still online. Shield's helping out. Marv trying to get the target fire on the Flamer at the back. The War Beast as well, bashing through, but the shield helping out. The shield from the Terror Tank. And just like that. Wow. Well, how the turntables have turned as the Terror Tank dropped down and is now pushing the base. Well, that was an absolute disaster. B making the mistake of thinking you can actually kill a Terror Tank and now swaps it into the Hound. I mean, this couldn't get much better. Trying to body block with the hero, but just kind of getting bullied out of the way. Is there enough for a reanimate? If not, it's just gonna die. And indeed it does. Meanwhile, the Inquisitress, the reanimated Flamer. But a big opportunity missed to reanimate there. And the Terror Tank will go down. The Flamer with such intense flame effects. I do love them. And just like that, things have turned yet again. The zombie tank continues just roasting. Not sure why. I think those are finished now when they turn red like that. Durenton has 3 of the control towers, but only now taking his expansion. B hasn't even opted for a second base, so the income isn't a massive disparity, but certainly not in favor of the Legion. Cultivators helping to spread the grass across the field, and I'm realizing now we definitely need a better way to indicate that on the mini-map that isn't green on green. Work in progress. Harvesters finding some of the rich flux, but Durenton had 33 supply, another Terror Tank. Inquisitress comes down. The base is just now finished. Hasn't mined a single ounce of Hexite. I assume they use the metric system because they're Imperial like that. Like, that doesn't make sense. That joke could have gone better. Just like Durenton's plan so far, the Terror Tank is online. No turrets yet. Inquisitress trying to dance, but the base goes down. Inquisitress targeted in B, reconsolidating, swaps the tank. The drag split. Another Flamer coming through. The turrets are coming online, but seems a bit optimistic. Brings it around the corner, the Flamer. Reanimated. Gets a little extra damage. And the War Beast actually knocks the tank out of the way. Gonna blast some of the Lashers on its way back to the base. Shields are online. Continues up towards the high ground, slowed by the tech hero. Half HP. Harvesters helping to repair. War Beast being chased down. Where are the reinforcements? Goes up to the high ground. Healing Obelisk will do exactly what it sounds like. Gets a little distracted, mate, while targeting the base. The War Beast has a shield that's like half the size of the beast, which looks really off. Like, that shield covers my most important parts. Meanwhile, a flame turret on the Terror Tank. Inquisitress dies, but that just seems like an inevitability at this point. B still on 2 bases. That single Terror Tank making all the difference. Swallow! Get over here! Well, it looked good, but then it actually manages to escape. Kreger comes out. Second hero reanimates the tank. The zombie tank gets a little more damage. It's still not going to be enough. B continues leaning. Already has 4 talents. Battle Infusion. Improved speed. Includes attack speed. Keeps swapping out the most important units. And despite the clear effectiveness of those Terror Tanks, I think the sheer amount of units from the Grell have all but won the day. Grell played. A new king has been crowned. The bee. Using, well, it keeps being tech hero, all right? Marv. Teleport, swap, shield. What's not to love? Seems to be the instant pick for anyone who has access to it. There were barely any mercenaries. Well, I take that back. There were a decent amount of Dread Raiders there. Did B even build any? Yep, Hounds. They keep getting added. They feel kind of naturally added in, though. They feel like part of the army when they get added into the game. And I realize mercenaries were on the field pretty much the entire game. All right. Looks like still picking Grell this time, switching to the Arandi.
I am uncertain you deserve that.
We'll see if B decides to pick the Arandi hero. Rolling. I don't. With her slowing a bit. Feels like Tech Hero does the same thing, but better. Also has an AoE slow ability that does damage, as well as having a shield and a movement ability. So. There'll be music in the lobby screen. Otherwise, I have to pretend to fill time. I think some of it comes with updates to the UI. A little hard to keep track of some of the stuff, but I think the game is already... The fact you can zoom out so much... Let me zoom out more when I'm playing. Gains 4%. The shield gains strength with each of the skill shots. I feel like each hero should have something like that. If that's going to be a thing. They just slapped all the infinite scaling. Mixu joins us. 2 former StarCraft players, at least. Well, Mixu's still pretty regular StarCraft player. B, I know, had... Well, he went to the StarCraft 2 retirement home, a.k.a. Age of Empires 4. But also, obviously, accomplished RTS player. And here we are. These are, I think, our 2 highest level players. We saved the best, arguably for last, which kind of feels a little unfair because they can't demonstrate how kingly they are, but we're mostly here to show off the game. Yes, there's $20 a win, which is pretty sick. Thank you to Zerospace, but maybe we turn this... I don't know if we have any more players after this. Maybe we turn this into like a best of 3 or something to cap it off. Whenever they're ready. Grell and Arandi versus Protector at Marin. All right, so it begins. In the bottom left, as the Protectorate, Mixu. And in the top right, appropriately, the Green Grell, with Harvester first. Getting that Cultivator as well. It's B. Oh, it's happening! Marv on Marv action. Okay, so, because he is the king, the B's here will be Marv, and then Mixu will be Steve. And those are your hero names, as they let the Spiderlings brawl it out. Meanwhile, Steve, trying to get some extra shots on him. Starting to rip through the shield, but instead of targeting the Spiderling, which is chewing through it, gets the slow, another one. They're both like taking some pot shots. The swap, The spiderling, the
Systems ready.
mini elephant in the room. I guess the spider in the room would be more appropriate, but here we are. And choosing to ignore it in favor of doing damage to the hero seems like it did not pay off as B claims the first control point. Well, the swap back. Yeah, I think so far,
Comms online.
B getting the better end of this exchange. Mothership online. Meanwhile, Mixu attempting to expand early. The shades. The shades slicing through the spiderlings. Existential threat, but not actually paid attention. Marv goes in. Shield on both. Trying to target down the shades, but they do so much damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage. The commando getting chased as well.
Ready.
Going to be forced completely off the tower. That shield, I think, lasts until it's taken out. Oh my. The hero! Oh my. Oh wow. Does not quite kill it. Why would you swap? Are you insane? Crazy strat.
Systems ready.
Gets a heal. Wait, how did he heal so fast? Oh. Well. There's the heal from the Harvester. The jetpack on the commandos chasing. So far, B swaps one of the commandos, chases it down. Shades will eviscerate. Now several parts of a commando on the field, but slows the hero. Is there enough? The cooldown? Oh, swaps back. Huge play. And turns it around. Drags him back in. And knocks him right down. The mothership, I believe it can abduct a unit on like a several minute cooldown, which is kind of odd. But unfortunately, these units shoot bullets at it and are already doing a lot of damage. So, yep, it's trying to abduct the commandos. I think it got one of them. The hero! Wait, no.
Flux systems ready.
Okay, I was looking at the shields, not the HP. But now I'm looking at the HP, which is 2. And now it's 0. I was appropriately stressing, just slightly delayed. Or preemptively. Commandos trying to brawl with the shades. Second base taken by B. Commandos on their own, though. Gotta be a little careful. This tower has not even been touched. The spiderling's still there. With a shield and veterancy. It sounds like a... what?
Every bullet counts. Let's liven things up.
Oh, he killed one. Ooh, swaps forward, gets the Predator, but the Shade's actually pushed back here. So that means a little bit more time on the range. Finally some Grell units. Remember they could build Grell units? I kind of forgot. As the mercenaries have been the focal point for B so far. The Lashers being added in. But it took 4 minutes to see actual faction units from the Grell. That's kind of crazy. Showing you how important the mercenaries are in this exchange. Meanwhile, the Shades hunted down. And Mixu has had that second base for significantly longer, setting it up all ensconced by the production facilities. I think trying to make it that much harder to attack in. Oh, swaps the Bastion, but the Predator gets the shield. The tank or Harvester gives a heal mid-fight. Bastion's being targeted down. The Harvester will be next on the agenda. The Shade easily taken out by the Commandos, but the Lasher's starting to add a lot of damage. Several of them infused. Some of the rich flux being gathered by either side. Another Harvester gets a nice AoE heal alongside some of the flux. Another Harvester on the way, though most of the units are already at full HP. B sneaking around. He's not going to try to target the base. He goes for the extractors, gets one. Each of these very important, already preemptively setting up his escape. Gets 3, 4 of the 5 of the extractors, and then worms his way back home. Or burrows, or whatever that is. You know, the plant worm. Mixu, though, loses some of his economy. His Hexite income significantly reduced right now, but has maintained 2 bases for longer. Do we have a third attempt? No. Both sides are really focused on that unit production, using pretty much all their resource, 60 to 60 supply. More bastions on the way, Lashers on the other hand. He's gone for the movement speed as opposed to the range upgrade on the Lashers, which, I mean, 2 sides of the same coin, right? Harvester. Ooh, the base itself being targeted, but the artillery fire will force him off to the side. Unfortunately, it doesn't really land for that mothership. More Lashers added on. Be able to mine most of the rich flux throughout the map so far. Both heroes on the board. B now has a bit of a supply lead in the third talent, Battle Infusion, allowing you to infuse significantly faster, and they get a buff for 10 seconds. So, mid-fight infusion is a real threat that could turn the tide. Predator's trying to get some damage done. Lasher's headed for the main again, and Mixu only just rebuilt those extractors. The main base itself, he's gonna recall. And he recalled 1 unit. Wait, he's recalling 1 unit at a time. Calling the bluff here, but wait a second. Now there's enough bastions. He may get the main base. A costly endeavor. If he gets both bases, he just wins the game, somewhat awkwardly. But B sacrificed most of his army here. At least a very strong portion. Now, if the other bases take it out, he just wins the game. He's going to rebuild the main. It has 6 Hexite deposits, making it the most valuable base on the map by a pretty large margin. The hero is taken out. I don't know. I guess they'll rebuild up the other one. But the commando's trying to body block in. Getting kind of stuffed up here. The ground army is gunned down. And Mixu on the warpath, chasing down the hero. Took a little bit longer. Will be taken down. And now 68 to 55 supply. Again, B is able to hurt the economy, but the army itself is building up. Lashers roaming around trying to take out the harvesters. And now Mixu diving in, trying to get right on top of the mercenary. The mech comes out, gonna get a shot or two. Some healing from the nourishing pods, but surrounded and killed. More Lashers, battle infused, targets him down, shields across the board. Lashers back it off. He's on top of the grass, which increases the regen. The Lashers with a full surround, and Mixu biting off a little more than he could chew. A lot of high veterancy units going down. Targets down the Predator on the back line. Lashers on the high ground. Harvesters coming down to heal the few units left over, but they might need healing in turn. The hero's on the high ground, but the Lasher count has grown too damn high. And things have gone sideways. Another heal. But not too many units left over. No third base for either side. The main base has just now been rebuilt. The extractors extracting yet again. Chasing down some of the Lashers. Center base. Small Lasher counter. Mothership in position. Gonna be hard to pick off anything. The Lasher's swinging around again. There wasn't vision of this area. He's gonna chase back. Targeting down the main base. Those Lashers do a lot of damage. He's gonna preemptively set up the escape. Should be able to hold on to the base. Should take the protectorate units with it as well in that plant. Right? An awkward one. You should be able to dive in and follow him home. Oh, that'd be a cinematic experience. And also make it less of a get out of jail free card. I don't know if that's a good idea, but it would be fun for once or twice. Hero coming forward. B to up 20 supply. Hero taken down. Mixu pushed back yet again, and this time with the mech behind and the Lasher ball kind of growing. Splits away. JJ. B able to maintain control and eventually overwhelms. The Grell will be king. The Lasher's doing 68% of the damage. What a game there. Quite a back and forth. And we do have one more challenger near the very top. Reaper. Let's see. Let's judge them based on their... Mixu actually rank 1 right now. B rank 11. That game doesn't count towards it. Wow. He's 80 above every... We have a Reaper. Ready to join. So this is whatever your highest faction is, I believe. Not 100% sure how the leaderboards work. We missed the call-in. Yeah, we're still allowing it. We're going to show off the top. This is just to show off the game and how... I think it's very interesting. I hope to cast tournaments in the future when it's a little more polished. I think the King of the Hill style is definitely a good way to make sure we show off many of the units. Mixu's rank 1 on Grell. I don't know if we made it clear. He could still play Grell, just not the same mercenary faction. But obviously, it's more dramatic if they split factions. Yeah, I do see, so far we're seeing, much like in early StarCraft 2, aggression and like 1 and 2 base timings seem to be very popular. I think this is somewhat compounded by the towers and how the mining works. Like, it takes quite a while. You can't transfer workers like you do in StarCraft. So if there was to be, that might be a good thing. All right, that lower economy, but higher action. See if we can have a jump in, but Grell with the Chakru Kingdom. Powerful god of the depths. The crab god. I see. Once we get Reaper to figure out how to join. So, does grass only do regen? Or does it... It does... Grass allows much faster move speed for seedlings, which are like drones building buildings. And then... faster for harvesters, I believe. But other units just get regen on the grass. I'm not sure if you get regen on enemy grass as well. No, he's not going to be playing against AI relaxed, believe it or not. Honestly, I think if anything, it's probably a good thing that mercenaries are so popular. I do think they need to be toned down a little. Like, the timing on mercenaries feels like they shouldn't take precedence over basic faction units. Right, it should be like a second thing you build as opposed to a first. But so far, it does make for the most dramatic split, especially when we're forcing them to pick different ones. So the Chakru have the Baneling crabs, the tanky crabs, the even more tanky crabs, and then some crab worshippers. So Reaper, aka Inquis fan, aka I'm assuming Inquisitress fan, but possibly our last match to see if we have a one-time and final king, or if B is able to equal J with some stiff competition and get the three-peat. Yeah, I think everything's just like 20 to 30% too fast.
All systems ready.
Of course, if you slow the units and armies down, that completely changes things too. Like if you can't punish them for losing a fight as quickly, it's a lot.
Comms online.
Oh, Inquisitress comes flying. It took me a second to register what was happening. Inquisitress comes in, slashes through the spiderlings, refuses to elaborate further, and just moves on. Not even bothering to contest the hero on the field, but instead... Well, unfortunately, taking some damage. The main base has a turret automatically built to prevent you from just losing all your economy right off the bat. B takes the possibly slightly less common base, a little bit further out, maybe trying to sneak it, but now was spotted by the Inquisitress. Tech Hero lands a shot as well.
I'll slice them all.
She's out of energy, so she can't dash away easily. We have 15 energy for the abilities. And there we go. Expansions on either side. More dashing forward. That controlled spiderling. She's got enough for a couple abilities. Just trying to grab. So getting the last hit on the spiderlings gives you 5 hexite apiece. Decent chunk of change if you can take most of them. A lot easier if you kill their hero first, though. No, you were my brother, Spider. I hate you. Nah. Nah, why do you do no damage? Why do you do no damage? Also well positioned to keep them from contesting the base. Right on the edge of that. Very intentionally so. Already a temple of water. The spiderlings being dragged around. I brought him home. Wait, to your home. One of the extractors taken out already. And the base itself, because I guess there are no other targets at the moment. Another extractor. The spiderlings. Heroes coming back. Marv dashes forward, but no other units hit them. A bit awkward here. B. Going to turn it around. Just to invest in the turret on top of the tower. The first thralls. Very fancy looking. Very, Tron, sorta. Look to them. First Lasher's coming out. Inquisitress taking more of the towers. 42 to 16 supply, but the first talent goes to B with that. Control of the tower for most of it. And it's Cultivator range, Nourishing Pod, and Cultivator vision and grass range. So able to get more map control more quickly with those basic utility structures. But Marv is kind of on his own out here. Where's the rest of the army? The crabs! Release the crablings! The ghost crabs are stealthed, which means they're not easy to spot early. Shields them right off the bat. Pre-splitting with the thralls, blasting through! And, well... a big attempt, but not enough to break through the critical mass of thralls. Clearly spotted by B. As they're not invisible, they're just not attackable, I believe, is how the stealth works there. Unless they get hit by AoE damage, in which case they can die. B manages to get the rich flux with a couple harvesters, and every second is pretty meaningful. A single Legion harvester toiling away. Proportionally much less income per harvester, they just have more of them. B with 33 power in the bank as well. Hasn't yet committed it to anything. Inquisitress out in front, shield on one of the lashers. Swaps. Oh, Inquisitress on the back line. Hero. Oh, using... I forgot. What is going on there? Is that the,
Lamp is fully formed.
It died. I'm not actually sure. Definitely had some sort of buff going on. Maybe related to the chakra. Look cool, though. But here we go. Reanimates across the board. Be out of position for this. Does have the turret on the base, but that won't solve the problem on its own. Heroes coming back, and the Rageborn gonna smack their way through the thralls. The base is not taking enough damage. This isn't gonna do it. Krager's out, second hero on the field. Marv is back, tanking some of the damage, lines up a shot, comes up empty. Another Rageborn, recalls out. And B holds the base, keeps most of the units alive. He's also got a third in production. But meanwhile, Inquisitress, a third base is already online. All 4 towers taken by B, but now being contested. A few thralls split off. On the high ground, gives it the speed buff. Nuclear bullet. I don't know what it's actually called, but that's my name. Will zone things out. Definitely turns it around for a moment from Krager. Investing in those hero upgrades early to try to turn the tide. And certainly does so there. Almost 40 supply lead. The grass is spreading. Looks a lot better on a map that doesn't already have grass on it, I will say. I feel like that's gonna need to be some passes on that. It's very clear here. It looks great.
Flux systems ready.
I'll mark the target.
Some ghost crabs. A whole lot of army supply. As well as reanimate hero added in. Inquisitress not here, but... Oh, she's made it back to the front line. The Rageborn as well. Throws out a shield. Nuclear bullet. The Lasher's obliterated. The ghost crab's coming through. It's not going to be enough. Easily gunned down. The thralls are overwhelming. And right now being enthralled by it. One of the water shields. Just doing things. Not. He's running away from it, so clearly it's helpful. Another nuclear bullet. Oh, I'm not sure if that does friendly fire or not, but the hero. Inquisitress goes down, but Galavax comes online. The meteor is available. Right now. There comes the meteor. Reanimate across the board. Incinerating the Lashers. The base itself is adding a lot of damage. It's gotten 15 kills. Target firing. Another nuclear bullet. Wades right through with the Rageborn, but the base will die in the midst of all that. Well, I spoke far too soon. Terror tank is online. Rageborn smacking their way across the field, but 70 supply is a lot to make up. And Legion. GG. Well played. The Legion powers through. The Thralls again with the vast majority of the damage. A big win. Yeah, clearly leveraging the hero abilities. I think the most clear usage of the multiple heroes that we've seen. I guess from someone who's named after one of the heroes, that does make sense. How goes the war? Go red team. That is everyone. Could set up a 2v2. I don't know if we have for the players who played. Maybe of the last 4. But if we do, we can do one more match, maybe, of the 2v2 mode, which I have literally never seen, so. But otherwise, I do want to thank everyone for playing and thank Zerospace. This has been the pre-alpha playtest version of King of the Hill. I think, especially with those last matches, you can really see the potential. There definitely needs to be some tweaking across the board, both to the observing, a lot of polish to be done. But what I like about the game is there's a clear, there's a passion behind it, and they're willing to just throw it out there. And it looks kind of janky a lot of the time, to be honest. It doesn't look like the Blizzard polish. Here's the thing. As we've seen from some other games, if you aim for Blizzard polish and you come up short, it's super obvious. But here, it's more of a, let's throw it all in there and see what sticks. And hopefully, at some point, we pull it together and it's and narrow it down. But I like, for now, having all these options. How's that pre-alpha? I mean, it's pre-beta at least. I don't know exactly what the definition is, but right now the game is only available during these playtests, at least to the vast majority. So, the best way to get more info is to wishlist on Steam, join the Discord. That's where we did the signups for this as well. And I hope to do some more in the future. What I want is replays to be entirely functional, which almost there. And then I can definitely see myself showing off some highlight matches. All right. We're not going to try to slap anything together. Our king, well, our final king, is the Inquisitress fan. How many games was that? So, unless, wait, did we get in? I lied. You were you were fooled. Again. Instead, we have 2v2, which is functional, and you can either queue up for it to play custom games. Yeah, you thought we were done. And they can play whatever. I don't think we're going to have any rules on this one. Or we'll just have Inquisitress fan play against all of them. Now just add him in. Make sure to like and subscribe, of course. Thank you for watching. I mean, I'll still be playing after. I'll just playing some co-op or something, chilling. I'm gonna have our top 4 players, at least the last 4 players. Any teams are probably very close. Yeah, these are all near the very top, if not the top of the ladder. And also, I have no idea how 2v2 works. Like, you can trade resources. I'm not sure if it's limited to a certain time in the game, but there is resource trading. I assume if your team controls... Those top bars work on everyone's units. Oh, yeah. Well, you can do that in co-op. So, like, Rel can infuse units from the other faction. So... either 4 minutes or 25. Let's go... Yeah, that's what I expect. Either this match just kind of ends with the first push, or nobody can figure out how to win the game. So, we'll see what... I hope for the second one. Grell, Protectorate, Legion. Oh, the UI... I wasn't sure if the UI would work. But here we are. Welcome to the arena. Introducing our team in the bottom left. Inquisitress fan and B as Protectorate and Grell. And on the other side, we have Durentin as Legion alongside Mixu as the Protectorate. So 2 Protectorate. They played some team games, so they know. So we didn't have them as teammates. I don't know how to go back to the chat log. So let's see how many tech heroes we get out there. Looks like the answer is 2 so far. You can't have the tech hero for Legion. You're limited to Legion heroes. It's part of the Legion quirks. Oh, hell. The... Was that Dread? Or Morid? One of the Merc-specific heroes. So, one Marvin on each side. And then faction-specific. Chasing, hell. I'm like you, but worse. Very ghost-like there. Gets away. Lines up the shot. Blasts. Tech hero can shield an ally hero. Unfortunately, well, they're both... Wait, there's only 2 towers. So... They're just competing on either side. If they focus everything on one side. The minimap is also a bit of a disaster. I don't know what happened there, but... Gets a swap. Here comes Inquisitress. Well, not looking the right way here, and here she comes. Stealths away. That stealth ability. Think it's on a timer. But certainly... Oh, dashes through. You can still be hit. You just can't be auto-attacked at this stage. Getting chased across the board. Gets a heal from the Protectorate Harvester. Dashes down. Now the Harvester will be targeted. Where is the other hero? Oh, just kind of working on this now. Marv on the other side. B's hero. Maybe an option to just put the name of the player on the heroes would be great for team games. On Legion, you can just figure out which one it is. Another base on the way. Drops in the Marin Badgers. Mercenary tanks. Swaps the Harvester down, but... Well, congratulations, you played yourself. Down goes the hero. That was a bit of a bold move, considering all the units were... Oh! Another hero down. The Shades just hunt down the tech hero and murder it with their ridiculous amount of damage. Those Badgers looking real fancy. I think they have a slow ability or auto attack, something like that. Overall, the supplies quite favorable to the northern team. That doesn't necessarily tell the story. Well, kind of does, because everyone's expanded to at least 2 bases so far. Commandos, Thralls. Not much from the Grell so far. The combined efforts coming together. Inquisitress fan with the Badgers. Going to need it. Marin Mothership. Barrage might be the difference in one of these fights. Takes down the... Oh, wait, the Harvester with a big save on itself. The heal helping out. But is that enough? Big AoE from hell. Swaps to the other side. Fires the Barrage. The Mothership laying into a lot of the reinforcements. But the Badgers are getting hunted down. The Reanimate speeds things up. The Jetpack even more. And it's a disaster for the southern team. Swaps in a Badger. The Mothership tries to pretend it wasn't involved in the first place, but we all know it's lying. Inquisitress tanking in front. Another base seems a bit optimistic. Snipes out a Commando. Where did the Mothership go? Oh, it's super dead, I think. Oh, yeah. There's a weird... What? What? No, don't mind me. Put a cardboard box on its head or something. Meanwhile, Inquisitress dies before the cleave even goes through. Hell, with the split grenade there. Whatever it does, a knockback grenade. And suddenly B helping to turn it around.
Talent available.
Me? What? I have arrived. What? What? Angry Crab has arrived. 3,000 HP, 148 DPS. And what? And completely controls this tower, so... Ah! The Commando's getting chased down the Lashers. Valkaru Hounds. The Lashers picking apart the individual... Apparently we added a boss to this map. That's a fun fact to learn 5 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, if players kill it, it fights for them. We'll see if they figure that one out. So we got a little co-op mixed in and throws out the pulse. More mercenaries. Supplies. A lot closer to even now, though. 2 talents for the northern team. Mercenaries joining either side. Lashers on the front line. More infuses mid-fight. Inquisitress tries to get involved, almost targeted down immediately. Thralls at half HP. They are on the grass of the Grell. And they don't have any Grell themselves. Gets real close. Inquisitress targeted down. Some heals come through. Harvester helping out. But I think the combined forces of Grell, Legion, and Morin are more than enough to break through the more conventional Protectorate and Legion front line. Commandos getting caught. And the supply gap has completely turned. Reanimate on the Protectorate units. The mothership in position. Horn mech on the high ground. Gonna help rip through many of those lashers. DPS starting to get split. More coming in from the side. Fires off the mothership barrage, but 2 can play at that game. I don't know if they have the power ready for it. Drops back. A perfect opportunity. A counter barrage will force some of the commandos up to the high ground. Meanwhile, Badger's on top of everything. Mech helping out, ripping through the lashers. Supplies still dipping for the northern team, but reinforcements are much more close by. Velkaru Beast dropped down. Griffin for the first time. That's an air unit. Did you know those existed? It happens. All right, Velkaru Beast. Still so tanky and distracting. The base itself adding some DPS. The Hellfire targeted down. Slowed, trying to get some shots off, trying in vain. Meanwhile, shield on top of the beast, or well, in the general area of it. And the momentum has shifted yet again. They pushed them all the way back, but now they've gone forward. Is there enough economy to ever recover? They've actually taken a third base along the side. Durenton is down to 2. But the economy is still slightly in favor of the northern team. But they just have to turn around this army. Blasted by the pulse grenade. Commandos piling in from either side. So many Badgers helping to slow things down. And that beast will simply not die. The shield's still online. The Griffin healing everything on the high ground. Trying to retreat behind the shields. Commandos helping out. More healing from the barracks themselves with those healing drones. The beast! It's still going. So much damage. Tech hero. The concave is good, but they can't break through all the utility. What else is there? Another shield. Jumps to the side. Harvester trying to help. More commandos. JJ. It's not enough. The angry crab never touched. But the southern team breaks through and claims victory. The turnaround. And they're still last. Alright, so no more 1v1. Do we make them play a best of 3? I don't know about you guys, but I think that was clearly more felt clearly more fleshed out. Elliot, I mean, I guess covering for the weaknesses, it does feel in 1v1 the kind of hero exchanges. They might not snowball, but it feels like they do. Like the poking and prodding with the early heroes. Feels like it's just kind of a back and forth. I don't mind the boss. We can add the boss to the map, whatever. Kind of like it, actually. Why did we lose our tower to a crab? Yeah. It should have been both towers, I think. If it's going to be a boss, it should be both towers. At least make it fair. Yeah, we could do unit colors by team color. Thought player color worked fine, though. We'll see if we can convince them to play again. Otherwise, I think we've kind of invalidated the whole... Had a lot of fun with 1v1, and then we played 2v2, and we realized, oh, okay. Wait a second. Double protectorate? I mean, they can pick whatever. Lost Expedition. Ta-da! Look, professional overlay. Oh, that looks terrible. I hate it. Anyways, here we are. Who cares if it's best of one or not? There we are. Team B10. Giving him credit. Ooh. Alright. Mixed Wintergaming once again to the north. And all the heroes coagulating. We got 4 towers here to work with. And... Nope, nope, these health bars do not work. These health bars are a mess. I'm gonna try team color here. These are also a mess. No, we need player color. I was right. Or relative? To what?
Kill the idols!
No, no, that's worse. I was right. Otherwise, you can't keep track of who's who. I think I may have broke it.
You're dumb!
Oh, now the mini-maps. Oh, what are we doing? What is happening? Oh, it took a second to update. Dread Hero. Now on the field for the first time. First time we've seen the Dread Hero today. From the Dread Raiders, of course. They aren't very original about any of their titles. Inquisitress fan with Inquisitress, which is not surprising for many reasons. Meanwhile, though, the slow.
Weapons
Commando
ready.
forward. Inquisitress to the high ground, but pushed back. Megasu and Durenton able to grab... Actually, no towers yet. I'm looking to try to kill the heroes off. Meanwhile, Dread Raiders, don't talk to me or my sons ever again. I believe they're the same model. Another Inquisitress! Well, relatively tanky. The Raiders doing a lot of damage. Shield on some of the hover tanks. And down goes the sticky bomb. Gets out of the way. Try not to... Friends like these. Brings the sticky bomb to the Inquisitress. Though the mothership is at very close range now. Inquisitress, no energy. Barely any build... Really no energy across the board. The hover tank's doing a lot of damage. And the Inquisitress on Inquisitress action. I'm sure we'll see plenty of fan art of that. But so far, both sides able to back off just in time. The nourishing pods from Grell might be able to heal it up, though. Already out of energy. So far, the income? Well, let's look at the bases. A big investment. 3 bases for Durenton. Mixu with a second base for the Protectorate. Hasn't invested in anymore. The Rich Flux is now on the field. Harvesters getting involved, trying to get a heal across the board. 2 bases for B, as well as Inquisitress fans. So overall, the Northern team with an economic lead, if they're able to hold on to it. Hover tanks, is that a double shield? Has the tech shield and a basic one from the top bar. I don't know if they stack, but they have a slightly different animation. Ooh, almost gets taken out immediately. Dread Hero, sticky bomb on top of the tank, but it flies off into the distance. Able to quarantine, minimize the damage, but the Lashers are moving up. Reanimates one of the mercenaries of his teammate. Legion able to do that for the Protector. The Lashers just chewing through the commandos. Great target fire. And meanwhile, the Thralls from the north side. Some Badgers coming out. Mothership in position. If there was ever a time for the barrage, I don't think there's enough energy, though. As Mixu, only 14 power at the moment. Chases down one of the Badgers. Another one hunted as well. B. Moving in with the hero. And actually going for the reposition. A big base trade. Recalls back to his base. I guess you can recall to your teammates' bases here, clearly. But the base itself is taken down. Now a recall loses the hero, though. The Nullseer gets out, but at what cost? We gotta ask that question at the end of the day.
You must come back.
Duranton 50 supply. Inquisitor's Fan 60. The talents or experience as opposed to improved conduits. So more XP, but less utility on the field. Meanwhile, cultivator range and building cooldown. Or building speed. Building construction. Building speed. You got it. So, very nice expansionary talent. More flux, as well as experience gain for the northern team. I don't know if those talents are for the whole team or not. Or just for that faction. I would assume just the faction. Especially if they're specific. But Mothership pops out some units. Inquisitress driven back. Gregor. Meanwhile, midfield. The exchanges between the Grell and Protectorate. The Legion Civil War will continue. Inquisitress fans. Inquisitress is taken down. Horn Mech going to be targeted down. Gets a second attack off. But really struggling to get the damage done. A terror tank is now online, though. B. 3 bases. A few... both Protectorate as well as Marin mercenary units sneaking by into the economy. Fires off another shot right through. And all the Thralls, but the Bastions. A line of fire on top of everything. Recalls out, but before it, most of the army is already incinerated. Mixu strikes back. Dread Hero. The Mothership in a weird position out here might be able to be taken out. And the Lasher's on top of it. But both armies combined, chasing down Sabretooth. The pet of, nuclear bullet! Targets the ramp, able to hit the choke point. And the terror tank now on the back line with some shields as well. Helping out the team. There's a turret on top of the base. More harvesters have to be rebuilt. Significant supply lead for the northern team, looking to turn the series around. And the terror tank is a lot to deal with. Nuclear bullet counter completely absorbed by the terror tank. Wipes out every single one of the turrets simultaneously. Huge shot there. Stinky bomb drops to the side, reanimates the Bastions. They go forward, tries to take out the Dread Hero. Able to dodge away. The terror tank still ripping through everything. Just the heroes in turn. Galavax on either side. Meteor rolls through the conduit. Dread Hero out on its own. And maybe in the respawn. Taken down. Mixu able to hunt it. Another nuclear bullet softens up the terror tank, but not enough to turn the tide. Horned back as well. Inquisitress hunting, looking for Craig or Galavax. Targeted and taken out. The Legion Civil War continues. A terror tank now for Inquisitress fan. But the Bastions, Tech Hero survives. The Bastions have very high veterancy now. Most of them tier 3. Nuclear bullet wades right through it. It's not enough. They have too much economy. 3 bases. 4 talents to 3. The terror tank battle will continue. But there's not enough support back here. Even though there are 4 bases. If they can somehow stabilize. But here comes the War Beast. Wait, no! Weapon X. The Sol Invictus, the nuclear mech, which is born to die in the most dramatic fashion. Terror tanks taken out, but the Sol Invictus, killing it is not necessarily a good thing. Just gonna stay right on top of the base. And you guys better not leave the game before it dies. It will time out eventually either way. Thing is certainly not looking great. But the terror tank's still online. May eventually... Does he have enough for reanimate? Yeah, it does have reanimate. Defensive monolith, nuclear bullet, meteor, wombo combo, Galavax goes down. And with the monolith in tow, the nuclear mech, the Sol Invictus, certainly a strong choice, but usually not the one that most players make because the airstrikes just have way more utility. And they didn't actually, well, they destroyed one of the bases. Did this survive the nuke? It did. Somehow. Oh, but they're super dead. All right, they don't have the supply. They're super dead. It looked like they might survive for a moment. The turnaround, the monolith. What? The thralls blasted into each other. Both sides zombifying them. Oh, was that an offensive monolith? Yeah, you're right. They don't have nearly enough talents. My bad. They got melted. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's 5 talents to 3. 150 supply. A time warper slowing everything down. The most expensive Arandi mercenary. Just a time warp that's permanent in that area until you kill it. Inquisitress Van still has enough economy to perpetuate this. 2 stock terror tanks. The mothership. B is trying to hold it together. Can you infuse a terror tank? The nuclear bullet obliterates the hero. But 4 terror tanks beats 2 of them. GG. All tied up. 1-1. The Legion able to put so much on the field. It feels like Grell and Protector are playing support so far with their abilities and heroes. It costs 100 energy to infuse a terror tank. So, technically possible. Feels like the Dread hero just coming up short. Just not enough utility. The sticky bomb ability, very easy to dodge. I don't think infusing many units really increases the size. That much. It does increase the model, but it doesn't seem to increase the hitbox nearly as much. Which leads to some awkward situations, I think. I will say, some of the units just seem like comically large for how fast they are. It's amusing, but it gets a little ridiculous. You have like 4 terror tanks. I think it's partially because they turn on a dime. It's like a battlecruiser in StarCraft, except it's on the ground. All right. For all the marbles, and also, I think we can give like $20 or whatever to the winner of this series. I don't know if we're counting it, but all of these players have won at least one from the King of the Hill. And now they both won, or all won, at least one in the 2v2. And I'm saying a lot of numbers, but there's only one number that really matters. Increasing the number of likes, subscribes, and wish lists on Steam for Zerospace. All right, the same combos. We go into the Fractured Oasis. A large map for macro-heavy strategy, says the description. We'll see how true that is. See the hero picks. Somebody had the Alt key held down to start. Which does have a ping system. I don't know if they can see mine, but I'm going to try to avoid it. Alright, the Inquisitress, of course. And Marvin, the tech hero. Meanwhile, Inquisitress and Vinthra making a cameo appearance. The Grell hero has a Entangling Root sort of spell. Can burrow around the map and eat Grell units to heal. It is massive. Alright. There are only 3 control towers. Our base is all over the place. What's like... I don't even want to count. Like 25 base? 24 or something? So, plenty of room to expand. Of course, the investment. Units can move around the map very quick, but most of them cannot teleport across the entire map instantly. There are some abilities that allow you to, like, recall back home, but I don't think there are really any that allow you to teleport to the other side without jumping through some extra hoops. Alright, Vinthra gets swapped.
Flux systems ready.
I don't know who wins this. Well, there's a seedling here, a spiderling. Wait, whose spiderling is that? Burrow's out. A seedling would be able to potentially be consumed for health by the Grell hero. Oh no, the Harvester! The Inquisitress is just slapping it out. Gets a cleave, but... oh. The recall! Not even close. Wow, what a play. And you're gonna get some energy and some out-of-combat healing. What is going on with this? Don't question it. Alright. A lot of nice doodads and stuff. Really shows off some of the textures. Looks very good. One of the newest maps, I think. What do we call him? Marvin, the tech hero? Oh, because tech hero sounds dumb. And Marvin is the creator of the game. And is... he's the hero that allows the tech of this game to work at all. And also kind of sounds like a tech hero name. Either some compliment or offense, whichever one is more interesting.
Flux systems ready.
But yes. Because I didn't want to keep saying tech hero. Mostly, though. I think a plant is fully formed, but the Inquisitress has been unformed by Marvin. Chasing it down with the help of some Mar and hover tanks. We're now just targeting the... are there any units here? Hello? Where's the mercenary compound? Just targeting... well, the base itself is doing some damage. Trying to target the harvesters. This is awkward. What? Meanwhile, the shades come out. The tech hero gonna have a tough time getting out of this one. Speed's away for now. The commando's trying to body block for the shades. Vinthra finally back home to defend. They got 2 or 3 of the control towers. The shades do so much damage. Cultivator. Oh, first use of a Harbinger, which has the Eruption ability, which works almost exactly like Corrosive Bile in StarCraft 2, but from the other direction. It is a big AoE in a relatively small... I mean, big AoE damage, but in a small radius. So, very helpful against, like, medium packs of units. No, Inquisitress dashes up, recalls out Marvin. More Harbingers on the way. Harbinger's also quite good against things like terror tanks because it's almost impossible to dodge the eruption. Vinthra throws out the roots. Inquisitress tries to follow it up. A counter slice, and Vinthra's down for the count. Just doesn't have the maneuverability of these legions. Just dodging, ducking, dipping, diving, and dodging all around. Reanimates. More Harbingers. Eruption. Tries to blast through. Shield protects. Misses the mark. Targets a Harvester. The Commando. Oh, so the Thrall is so tanky. Swaps a Harbinger. More Inquisitress dodges the cleave. Only the Marin mercenaries making a cameo appearance. 7 and 8 Harvesters. Durentin has 15. Mixu only has 1. I wonder if Durentin is sending Flux to Mixu. Because 1 Harvester is certainly on the low side of things. You can trade resources. I don't believe there's like a tax or anything. There might be a timer, but we're definitely past it at this stage. Might actually be seeing some real economic team game aspects as opposed to just the combat stuff. And Harvester getting chased down. Talents. Shield Veterancy. Increases shield as and max veterancy level bonus. Meanwhile, free Harvester for both on Talent 2 for the B team. War experience, improved veteran. So generally, leveling up your faction and units faster is the priority, pretty much across the board. A whole lot of commandos.
Every bullet counts.
Meanwhile, Grell versus Legion. A terror tank is on the field. One of the Harbingers getting hunted down. Vinthra. Whole lot of Harbingers here as the counter to the terror tank. Blasting apart some of the Thralls. Throws out the roots. Inquisitress slowing down. The Harbinger's kind of tanky. I don't think enough so to take this fight heads up. So many of them. Inquisitress in the midst of everything. Going to be... What? What? Almost... Was definitely channeling some of those units. Eruptions on the back line. Here comes Kreger. Another hero on the line. But... The secondary Legion trying to recall out. Was that a success? Yes, the recall gets out just in time. Nullseer, though, a free mercenary, an expensive one, kind of rallied out. Supplies getting quite dramatic on either side. The mass Harbinger army. Something we haven't seen in quite a counter to these massive units. The mothership, oh no! But Galavax with a meteor. Inquisitress out in the front. Targets down Kreger. Nuclear bullet. Obliterates the Thralls. Mothership gets a shield. Thralls moving forward. Where are the Harbingers? The terror tanks are just blasting their fellow Legion. The commandos come in to clean up the rest. But the eruptions in the midst of the commandos. Oh, doing a lot of damage. And the roots are able to hold it down. Now going for the terror tanks underneath. Harbingers from the Grell. Vinthra at the back. Kreger as well. Nuclear bullet. Shields barely enough to hold for now. Is there even a reanimate? No. Down goes a tank. Galavax throws down a meteor down the center. And he parts the army. Strider with a full shield. Harbinger swap forward. The Grell army starting to dwindle. Inquisitress back. And the Northern army eventually powers through with the amount of shields and sustainability, as well as 3 of the Arandi horned mechs just ripping through the more vulnerable units. A nuclear bullet takes out 3 commandos for the price of 1. It's not over yet. They have the income, but losing that critical mass of units, I don't see any mercenaries for B, Inquisitress fan. Mixu and Durentin with significantly more supply, but some of the healers here, they targets the tank. I don't think he got a reanimate. Unclear here. Commandos moving forward. Harbinger's trying to get the hits, blasting through. The commandos are doing airstrikes coming in. Wow, the 5th talent already online. Heroes on either side. Reanimates defensively. Harbinger's looking for more shots. The horn mechs are powering through. Vinthra ability. The roots are not enough. Nuclear bullets, meteors coming in. But I don't know if the defender's advantage is enough. Another terror tank goes down. That leaves exactly 0 on the field, which is not very many. Wait a second. Monolith, drop down. And that's an offensive one. Durentin at tier 5. Nuclear bullet. And when it looked like they might break, instead, they pull out the big guns. Airstrikes are online. Monolith as well. 5 talents to just 3. They have all 4 or 3 towers as well. Airstrikes. Misses the mark. Terror tank now from Inquisitress fan. Nuclear bullet. Big hit. Might take out the hero. Wades through with some harvesters. Airstrikes again. That monolith is still intact as well. They'll slowly time it out. Harbinger's trying their best. Terror tank dives forward. Cleaves to hold it. Nuclear bullet. Strider holding its ground. Another counter bullet. The nuke wading through. Big hits on either side. The mechs are holding. A lot of damage from those backline mercenaries. Juggernaut on the field. Terror tank online. Has Gatling guns. Nuclear bullet on top of it. Backs away. Nourishing pod helping. Supplies still kind of even for what we're looking at right here. Airstrikes on the mechs. Not enough to take it out, but it might be enough to target it down. And it survives, but the hallucination, another airstrike. Across the line. Tech hero almost dead. Not quite. Full shield. Brings it around again. Terror tank. 9 kills, but it feels like it's done so much damage. Tech hero, 1/3 HP. Strider entrenched. Harbingers. Eruptions forward. Big hit. Inquisitress comes back around. More hits. Flames everywhere. I'm not sure how friendly the fire is, but I don't think it is at all. Just sending everything into the fray. Legion thralls dying by the dozen. Protector and Grell trying to participate in the group activity. Marin Mothership Barrage adding an extra color to the artillery that's going across the board. Slams into the heroes. Airstrikes off the mark. They have to come all the way across the map. Inquisitress. Wait. Just using some of the thralls to survive a bit longer. More battle infuses. Trying to target down. Nuclear bullet misses the mark, but forces him to go forward. Another nuclear counter bullet. Terror tank number 3 or 4 coming across. This terror tank with 19 kills. Gallifex with 56. Krager looking at me unable to click him. 27. Tech hero. What are you at? 21. Not too many. Harbingers coming around. 2 terror tanks to none. The momentum is clearly in favor of the northern team. But between the infuses and the defensive advantage of those Grell buildings and grass, they're able to hold. But how much longer? And at what cost? The terror tank with the shield turrets. They're running out of options. The artillery, airstrikes completely cutting off the base. The actual base itself. Gallifex with a meteor. Dark Disciples melting immediately. Those capes don't protect you from the sheer amount of splash damage. But the thralls continue forward. Hallucinations won't save you either. The Juggernauts, the Ring of Fire, Commandos on top of everything. Vinthra backs off. Inquisitress goes forward because of course she does. Ring of Fire from the Juggernaut. Meteor from Gallifex. Inquisitress on the front line and back in the respawn. 106 supply on each of the Legion. The Grell is faltering. But Legion holding for now. Another terror tank. Ripping through the main base. The technical win condition is killing all of the bases. More reanimates. The blood strewn throughout the field. I guess everyone bleeds red here. Commanders target the hero. Fire on everything. J. Another comfortable victory. Durentin makes you turn it around. Harbinger's doing... The battle continues despite everyone leaving the game. How many units built? Lost, 49. 317 thralls. 200 thralls. Durentin and Mixu will claim 2 games to 1. So. I think the 2v2 is pretty good. Congratulations and thank you to everyone for participating in the King of the Hill and the little impromptu 2v2 match. I appreciate it, and hopefully everyone enjoyed watching. Not the end of the stream, but the end of our top tier gamers. You're just gonna be stuck with me, probably playing the Galactic War or something. But I do think 2v2 might be where it's at. And again, thank you to Soap for hosting the game, setting him up, getting the players, pretty much doing all the work so I could just sit here and talk. Which is my favorite way to do things. But, well, yeah, 2v2 is where it's at. The 1v1, 2v2 covers, and not, I don't think 3v3 would be where it's at. I like the 2v2 a lot because it clearly covers like some of the weak points of 1v1 with the somewhat snowballing without feeling like you're just going to get everything, because you still can't play everything, but you can put a lot more out there and have a lot more flexibility with how you play the especially early mid game. And for the first time we saw more than one use of tier 5 talents, so yeah, pretty good. All right. How goes the war? I have 23. Well, all right. Congratulations. To Mixu and Duranton. Make sure to like and subscribe. Check out Zerospace free, all that fanciness. And I'll be right back. You guys can pick which hero. I've been really liking the Legion hero. I think it might be a little OP, but each faction has one for co-op so far. Thank you for watching the King of the Hill. Oh my, no, oh my. And now we'll get a little more cash. Can I build things now? How have these been built? All right. influence cost is 1 bar. I've been wronged. Mm-hmm. Hmm. What? You're going 2 of them right off the bat? Is that better?
I am uncertain you deserve that. Out of breath, my
Engineering here. Listen up. The Solar Invictus generates enough energy to breach the flux reinforced gates the enemy is using. But it will detonate if it sustains enough damage. Do not allow this to happen.
I do like that idea, though.
Construction complete. Listen out the trust. It's in the name.
Just grab it. I should have already started.
It's your heart. Can you do? Bright and hot from the sky to a crisp. It's in the bright and hot. Blessed be the choose. It's your gate. My axe. What can you do? Out of breath for good. Stopping around.
I think we can go get
It's in the name. Blessed be the sky. What can
this side.
burn to a crisp. Gale. Well. It's your burn to a crisp. Right. It's in the name. With my axe. Well.
That should give me all my basic stuff.
Enemy sighted. What's for the enemy sighted? What can you do? The chosen. From the sky. Let's learn the chosen. Right now. Stop. What can you do? With my axe, it's your fate. Out of breath for good. What's for the Emperor? Construction complete.
I'm gonna get some of the basics.
It's in the name. What can you do? Blessed be the chosen. Burn to a crisp. With my axe, stomping around. Out of breath. Geld. Well. It's your fate from the sky.
I want to open up some of the side stuff as well.
Stomping around. Right and hot. Look at my out of breath. Blessed be the chosen.
Soul Invictus mobilizing to retrieve the first component package. Escort it.
Gale, Bell, X. Random grounds for stomping around. Enemy sights in the name of the sky. What can you do? It's you. Fate in the sky. Burn to a crisp, stomping around. What can you do?
Ready to die.
Gonna get the armory for
Module
upgrades.
reached. Unlocking package for integration.
The chosen construction. It's in the name. Out of breath.
Yellow Vex. Uh-oh. Oh, that's his. That is why I could not control it.
It's your fate. Enemy sight. Burn to a crisp and hot. Construction complete. Gale with the axe.
Gonna get the lightning overcharge, which reduces the cooldown of all abilities when you hit the lightning. Quite convenient.
Upgrade complete. Stopping around with my axe.
Mech under attack.
Oh, I put the shield on the mech, which I guess is fine. You're gonna upgrade some of these to generate faction power passively, which is quite convenient. Pretty sure I can just clear back there too.
Construction complete.
Component package unlocked. Integrating ordnance.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Why am I bothering with this? I'm not even building those.
Construction complete. Construction complete. Production vital. Construction complete.
That should be enough for now.
Enemy sighted.
Ground ops, second package found. The Omnidar is pinging hostiles. Expect additional resistance. Upgrade complete. Moving to the next objective.
Construction complete. Enemy sighted.
I think I'm gonna try terror tanks instead of the disciples this time. See how that goes.
Roger reached. Unlocking package for integration. Zone Invictus taking fire.
You'll be fine as long as you don't just sit there and die. In which case you won't be fine, I guess. I think this is just a spawn location. It upsets me I can't mind control enemy heroes.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Thank you. That was one. I just don't enjoy. Are we also went terror tank? Be original, bro. Person of same faction as me.
Upgrade complete. Enemy sighted.
Let's see. We're just gonna get... Wait, but fireball? I gotta get the fireball ability. And like these fancy ones.
Zone Invictus taking fire.
And the turrets have different... Yeah, main gun deals splash damage, seems kind of helpful. Soul Dynamo. We invest souls.
Component package unlocked. Integrating ordnance. Picking up some unusual readings on scanners. Adding POI.
Need more flux. You can only get so much. I guess I could just shield the terror tanks as well. Oh, we're going through the rocks here. Let me get the accelerator. Need more flux. Oh, it's 125. Why is it more expensive? Ooh. This did not go as well as I hoped.
Third package found. Be on alert. Enemy is massing for a counterattack. Upgrade complete. Moving to the next objective.
We could use the warp obelisk here.
Enemy sighted. Enemy sighted. Enemy sighted. Enemy sighted.
I can rally to that and then warp from there.
Mech under attack.
Yeah, I'm going. No, wait, oh, I immediately fucked it up. Okay. I replaced it accidentally. Of course.
Mech under attack. Module reached. Unlocking package for integration.
What do we got? We still got... I can just get the pulse forge for the extra range. Ooh. Oh, shit. So we do have the soul for... Oh, what is the range on that? Oh my. That seems pretty good. Okay, wait a second. Now that I look at the... Oh, I don't have high ground vision. Yikes. We need more AoE.
Component package unlocked. Integrating ordnance. Sensors just picked up something strange out there. Updating your map.
It's your fate. Enemy sighted.
That soul dynamo has so much range. I could probably just fire it, yeah, from down here. I have no more energy, that's fine. Oh my, they have more fireballs! The conduits will help regen some of my energy, but...
Move aside.
Not gonna complain about that. Mag supply.
Huge.
Ground ops, significant enemy presence detected around the next package. Upgrade complete. Moving to the next objective. All systems green. Sol Invictus is fully operational.
My hero died? That's illegal. How does that happen? Who? As you could tell, I was watching so closely. Impossible. The monolith is so good. I feel like there maybe should be a limit on the amount of terror tanks. Just for sanity's sake. $129 kills on 119 on another. What is this? This is Galactic War Co-op. Just random mission. There's like 6 missions now.
Component package unlocked. Integrating ordnance. Stronghold assault commencing. Victoria outmoors. Stronghold breached. Heavy enemy presence. Command, the enemy headquarters is inside of a bunker complex. It's unassailable. Sir?
Doubt.
What? I would advise against that.
You're going in.
Understood.
I think there's supposed to be voice lines, which is why there's some ducking there. Emperors everywhere. I don't think the tanks can get through because we built too many towers. Oh my.
HQ destroyed. Weapon test successful, I guess.
We hardwalled off the tanks. Guardian Obelisk still did by far the most damage. Because of course it did. Give me my planet back. We're on the red team. For reference. That's why, like, I'm not so huge. The terror tanks serve the same role as the Dark Disciples of, like, backline AoE, but are way, like, they're very difficult to use past a certain point. They're just so thick. Ah, yes, this map, I think, is one of the, if not the coolest. Just a little clunky. But once you get a feel for it. So once you target the fabricators, they all start rallying. Very important to note.
Stop now. Burn my axe. It's your. Burn to a
I mean, the first ones are going to start anyway.
from the
So
sky hot. Production is idle. Stopping around. It's in the what can you do, Gal? Well, it's out of breath for good. With my
I'll have to go help take that.
from the sky. Construction complete. Burn to a crisp.
They will rally the arc bots
Blessing be the
indefinitely until we destroy them. So, but we should be able to hold because they just essentially right click.
Stopping the sky.
Making me extra thick. Thank you. Thank you.
It's for the Emperor. It's your fate. Bright and hot. Burn to a crisp. Out of breath for good. It's your. It's my axe. Bright and hot. Burn to a crisp. From the sky. Around. It's in the name. Listen to the chosen turn. With axe. Out of breath. Stomping around. Bright and hot. From the sky. Listen to the chosen. It's your fate. It's in the name of crisp. What can you do? With my axe. Burn to a crisp. It's your fate. Listen to the chosen from the sky.
Come on, let's go. Ready for
Stomping
war.
around. Construction complete.
We're gonna get the Galavax upgrades right off the bat.
Out of breath.
Start with the armory.
Bright and hot. With my stomping around. Listen to the chosen.
Send me in.
What can you do? It's your out of breath for good. From the sky.
Ready for war.
It's in the name.
Give me the green light. Ready to roll out. Find us ready to roll.
What can you do?
Thank you for letting me borrow this. Cool. Yep.
Breath from the sky.
Where are all my harvesters? Wait, what? He stole the base!
Stomping around.
I was trying to build it, he just... Rude.
Stomping around.
Why are you so slow?
Out of
I didn't quite set that up. So, Galavax, Raw,
what can you do?
more fabricators will activate soon, TM, so...
It's I want fate. What can you do? With my axe out of breath. Listen from the sky.
Grabbing more faction power.
Axe construction complete. Construction complete. Stopping around. Construction complete. Girl, from the sky. Fate. Breaking around to a crisp. Construction complete. What can you do? With my axe, blessing me the chosen breath.
I'm just targeting... Oh, that is incredibly rude.
Course correction underway.
Axe from the skies of the day, stomping around. And breath. It's over. Fate. What? Not enough scrap. Blessed girl, choose well. From the
We don't need to be lined up like this. I think it just looks cool.
what can you do?
Copy that. Hard's eye on the AO, ready to engage.
It's your construction complete.
Adjusting to new coordinates.
Oh yeah, we got a terror tower for upgrades.
Out of breath.
Can actually clear this.
Upgrade complete. Mining away.
Are we good? Have all the harvesters working? Yeah.
Construction complete.
Resubscription.
Thank you, Spartacus. 97 months.
Thanks.
I just don't enjoy.
8.08, 3 years. Gift Tilda still
What can
enjoy.
you do? It's
I just don't enjoy.
It's your fate. Bright and hot. Blessed be the chosen. Gal with thy axe. Construction complete. Construction complete. From the sky. It's your construction.
Plotting new coordinates.
Not enough scrap. Enemy sighted. Burn to a crisp. Out of breath. Construction complete. Waits my eggs. Listen to the true stomping ground.
I'm gonna try to make sure the fireball goes through.
Construction is more. From the sky. Construction complete. Out of breath. Construction complete. Burn to a crisp with my eggs. Get out. Thanks. Not enough energy. Higher ground. What can you do? From the sky. Choose bright and hot. Out of breath. It's there. Construction complete.
Get the shift upgrade. Get the Dark Disciples. Starting to add those on.
Production is high. Others enlighten me.
Just get a couple more production facilities.
Order received. Engaging.
Oh, I have air, so I can use the vision.
Production is high. Thank you. Burn to a crisp.
Give me that. Thank you.
Construction complete.
Direction underway.
Oh, they're set up there. We'll get there. That attack's gonna be problematic though. They just right click on the base. We lost a power core. I think we both thought this would not be the issue it is. gonna start working on this.
Enemy sight things foretold. Production is idle. Enemy sighted. Enemy sighted. Enemy sighted. Higher ground idle.
We got one of those mercenary drill bots I stole, which are actually super long range and attack while moving, so that's why they're so amazing. I'd like another one, please. I'm gonna go for the Wanderbot object. Wait, what? Oh, are we gonna lose score? Eventually, my Mind Blaze will time out,
Rockets away.
which makes these a little less valuable.
Payload away.
Super high ground. Enemy sighted. Enemy sighted. Fate. Production is idle. Enemy sight higher ground. What can you do? Production is idle. Enemy sight in light. Enemy sight listen to choose. Fate.
Converted it. The Juggernaut. Hey, come back here. It's mine now.
It's your fate. Enemy sighted. Enlighten. Enemy sighted. Yes.
Yeah, need to deal with this before the next set.
Enemy sighted.
Annihilated.
Enemy sighted. Enemy sighted. Things foretold. Enemy sighted. Yes. Stomping around. Enemy sighted. Higher ground.
Ceasing their existence, making a memory.
I even have the little Wanderbot.
Enemy sighted. Higher ground. Listen to the chosen.
It's melting through. Is there no side objective up here?
Releasing ordnance.
Obliterating.
Oh, it's right there. Yeah. We got the mercenaries now.
We're under attack. To higher ground from the sky.
Oh,
Yes.
those are teammates.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
Hmm.
We're under attack. Higher ground. It's war. We're under attack. Our base is under attack. Production is idle. Not enough blocks. What can our base is under attack. Higher ground. Faith. Our base is under attack. Enlightenment.
Ah! Come back here.
To higher ground. Base attack. Enlightenment.
The firing barrage.
What is not enough?
Ordnance away. Rockets away. Rockets en route.
Not enough energy.
A lot of damage. What was that 18 minute? Not bad. A lot of damage from the disciples. Let's see how much. Yeah, 43%. 354 kill. There's no way it was 354 to 5. Are you saying the Guardian Obelisk only did 5 kills? I don't think that's right. Despite doing 24% of the damage. Maybe they hit a lot of buildings. I don't...
Base is under attack.
Huh. But that storm, as well as everything else. But it all pales in comparison to that 2v2. Alright. With the Science Vessel, the Wanderbot. Yeah. It goes in the general direction you tell it to, but it doesn't stay there. Thus, Wanderbot. It wanders off and starts attacking things in random directions. Which I guess, on brand, right? But, you know what? I think we're going to wrap it up there. I'm not going to be able to top our show matches. I actually kind of want to cut up that 2v2. I think that's worth showing off. That King of the Hill was good. But then we had to have the 2v2 at the end, which is, you know, it's good to show off. Definitely a selling point. But there's still a couple days on the demo. I'll probably, at least before the end of it, check out the campaign. I think there's a couple missions now just to get a taste. See what that tastes like. And make it less weird than that entire statement. Ideally. But thank you for watching. You can, well, if you're on YouTube, you already know what the VODs are. They're going to be right there. But otherwise, you can check it out on the second channel. And I might end up having like some dedicated videos, but I mean, they're just on the stream tab. People usually seem to find it. But thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you next time. I'll see you soon. I'll see you likely tomorrow. But I hope I made your day a little bit better. Good luck. Have fun. See you next time. Stay tuned. No, this one. No, this one. No, this one.